Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. And hello, wow, that's everybody. King Hakuda and Little Magnets and Dramacian, just people here early on a day when I'm not supposed to be streaming at this hour. I did announce it in the Discord chat because I've just been trying to get a sleep schedule going where I have some hours of daylight, and starting up at 4 means that maybe we'll be done by 8, means that maybe I'll eat something and then we'll be passing out by 10, and then maybe I'm alive. With the rest of you, well, the other human beings, not you and me, we're different than those people over there, but... Hello indeed, nice bridge for the song or something. We're in Kerbal Space Program, of course, which I would click that button, I would click that button, I would click this button, and then I would turn the music off. Oh, how's everybody doing today? Ooh, let's ease into this thing, because feeling a little bit, I've been up since 4 a.m. It's now 4 p.m., so we need to hydrate. 12 hours might not sound like much to y'all, but I have a different everything. Circadian rhythm. Good morning from Japan. It's 6 a.m. here. No, I don't want that. I don't need that right now. I woke up at 4 a.m. I don't need no 6 a.m. Not now. Not ever. Welcome back to KSP. Yesterday, oh, by the way, happy Thursday, everybody. Happy Thursday. It's that giving of thanks day is the thing. Let's all give thanks for yesterday's stream, in which we built a shuttle that isn't completely finished even now, and I have no idea how to launch it to orbit. And it's not even that much, it's the kind of thing that you get done and you look at it and you're like, really? So how many hours was that? Just getting to that? How many parts? Maybe it's really detailed. It's just got 39 parts, really. How many hours? She flies. She flies with a load of, we've tested her with 4.5 tons of cargo in here, and she flies. But she's not meant to fly herself to the moon. She's meant to be pushed to the moon, well, pushed to orbit, and then she can fly. So she does fly herself to the moon, but not completely. The idea behind this was we just put a poodle engine on it, and, intended to push it to space. Now, it's just a lowly 38 tons is all really. Was there a Shuttle Mark II? I mean, I know we've got one in the VAB, if we were to load up but that's getting everything to space. No, I want to keep working on the space plane or hang around the original over here. Thank you for streaming. Oh, well, what else would I be doing? Visiting with family? Come on. I wouldn't have thought that I would have had the energy today, and then I did, but, I'm already waning at 4 p.m., so let's bring my low energy and disconcern for the rest of humanity to a live stream public entertainment venue. What? Thank you for sharing your Thanksgiving with us in the many years of art and Zen philosophy. Oh, that's just... Quit saying nice things. I don't know what to do with those. Thank you, Mosaic Task Force, for thanking me, for thanking you, for thanking me. Yeah, we have a nice little ship here. Put the whole shuttle into a fairing and launch into space. Robot roll call. That would get her done. Sadly, Dramacian, one of the things I was thinking about that's going to be making this more difficult to push up is the incline on those wings. I mean, I don't know if they're going to be a major issue, but toward the, end of figuring out something that works, I think we got to go perfect dead flat and perfect center on the wings for now, and then maybe once we get something that looks like it can work, we could play around with inclining the wings so that we've got a better flight profile kind of a thing. But yeah, lots of problems with pushing 38 tons up. First off, it's 38 tons. Secondly, where do you stick this on a ship that's gonna go to space? How do you lift that? Wow, and now that I'm saying that out loud, what if this were the bottom of the ship? Could I do that? What if this was occluded by a fairing going the other direction like we've had before when we had a nose cone on there, but, you know, we took it off because it's like, wow, it's just extra weight to drag around. But if we occluded that and then built up, we could at least house our liquid fuel in like a top stage nose cone kind of thing, and then have radial engines. There ain't no radial engine that's going to be strong enough to push you up. The other way to go would be getting rid of the poodle, which does give us the good, if I go to vacuum here, 3,620 meters per second. But if we did sacrifice that poodle, that lovely, lovely poodle, for the skipper instead, then yes, we've only got 3,129 meters per second in space over Kerbal with a TWR of 1.67. We lose a lot of delta V to that, but it means that that engine could actually be used to push us up, and then we could have radials to support that engine pushing us up as we carry an extra load of liquid fuel up here, and then we've got our wing controls, you know, to act as our fins and to give us some extra authority. We've got our drag surfaces at the bottom of the craft. Huh? What a concept. I could use a little fuel myself. We could all use a little change. Cambot, yes. That's Sunday. Sunday we'll be doing more Mystery Science Theater 3000-y stuff. This is the career mode, in case you haven't, in case you've forgotten with me spending so much time on what is ostensibly a creative build. But it's not just been time, it's also been a massive amount of Kerbucks, lots of money. We had just under 5 million Kerbucks when I started this project, and buying into the parts, unlocking them for the first time, and then upgrading the runway, spaceplane hangar, and launch pad. All of those things, yes, with the money, it went. Did you end up sending that spheres in space? No, where we are right now with the Satellite of Love, which is what we're building on Sundays, Mystery Science Theater 3000 Satellite of Love, which is actually just the ship that they're on board. It's not a, it's a satellite because it's in orbit of a thing, but it's where we are with that is we now have it built in a way that is structurally sound and could be, hypothetically anyway, pushed to space and then assembled in space. Each of the ends of the Satellite of Love are 2 geodesic dome balls. If we can wrap those in fairings and send them up there, then we'd send 2 balls up, 2 balls up, and then the centerpieces could come up actually in 4 parts the way that I've got it built so far. But we need to do some artistic work in terms of greebling it up, giving it interiors and things like that, thinking about how the Kerbals would be able to get on and off the ship. Docking to it and that sort of a thing. But yeah, we're getting into the artistic part of that, which to me is the fun part. So, let's see. Yeah, I think this is a good idea to go ahead and swap out the poodle for the skipper. And then it comes down to, like, adjustments to the ship. Right now I've got the brakes, the rear brakes up to 100, and then 70, and then 50. And what we end up with is just a lot of lurching when we hit the deck with that. So maybe they just all come up to, like, 100. Because I think what we end up getting is, like, one of them is pulling harder, the rear brakes are pulling harder, so it pushes down more on the front brakes, and the front brakes are softer, but they then put a little bit of force in and put it back up, and it just starts to do that, which is fine. We've landed with it successfully every time, but if we could not look like we're humping the runway when we come down, then that would probably be more in line with Twitch's terms of service. We also talked about RCS for this craft, so, you know, look at that delta V just running away from us the more that I build on it. This only comes with 10 monoprop because we've chosen to put on the stupidest thing that we could for the front of it, but it is a choice that I've made and that I'm sticking to. Sort by mass. What's the most monoprop that we, like, the biggest monoprop container I have right now, I think is just balls. Is that all we got in terms of monoprop? It's just gonna be balls. And we could put these big balls. I mean, they're not that big, are they? These balls aren't as big as advertised when you get right down to it. But we could put some balls back here, maybe. Try and tuck them toward the back for when we're coming down from orbit. Put them in a place that they should be occluded. Actually, if they're going to be occluded, center of mass, center of lift. If they're going to be occluded, they would be occluded by the wing pretty well. So, in mirror mode... Yeah, and maybe for some stylishness. Well, actually, you've already got an angle on you, don't you? Yep, try all of the angles except for the one that you want. That's just how it always is done. But let's say we put on 3 pairs of balls. Which would be a lot in excess and draws us down to 3,050 meters per second. From what did we start with? And honestly, that's a lot of monoprop. Like, 4 balls in total, because there's 1 on each side here. 4 balls in total would probably be enough. Like, what are we talking about in there? 20 each, so that's 80 total, plus the 10 up there, that's 90 monoprop. And what do you guys hold? 7.5? Yeah, so it doesn't... Well, hang on, because might be just an interesting look you could give it. You know? Yeah. You remember the angle, don't you? Something like that. Small balls, big small balls. What kind of balls? How do we want our balls to go? Do they get bigger toward the back? Put you over there, drag you up here, get you back to this line. So like so. And then on an absolute snapped grab, drag you down, drag you down, drag you down, and that would give me over 100 monoprop. Just a little over 100. It's kind of cool. 40 plus that would be 55 would be 65. It's a big ship pawn if you're going to be monopropping it at all. You probably do want a little bit over 100, or at least 100. Launching a whale to orbit today, that's the plan, Lava Lamp, if we can figure out any way to get it up. I just now, had the entire day since yesterday to think about it, had no idea until just now any premise that might work for pushing this up, and now we've got something. So, at least in my head I do. So that would be like how much monoprop we want. I wouldn't mind if we had a little bit of, yeah, asymmetry to, or, you know, just the alignment was more in reference to the wing, the bottoms of my balls kind of a thing. Maybe we could shape my balls a little bit. No, not at all that. Whatever. It's less important than figuring out where the blocks are actually going to go on this thing, so that would be under command and control. And we probably just want to use linear ports for everything here because they've got the strength to move us. The center of mass on this is going to be very stable because we've got exactly the same, like, liquid fuel load from front to back, so the center of mass should stay right where you see it as you see it. That being the case, you know these blocks are going to want to pop off when you're coming back in Atmos. So the idea would be that we'd create a bunch of drag when we're coming into atmosphere from a high height by standing up perfectly flat and straight, wings into the wind, and then they would pull us down over time, and then we'd end up going into the wind like that. So anything that's behind the wings should have some protection of occlusion from the plasma and the shock heating. That said, I have up, down. I don't need forward. Yeah, you kind of do, because it's for subtlety kind of things when you're trying to do subtle things. I don't need it though. It's just I'm always reticent, hesitant to to put the RCS on kind of willy-nilly. I'm looking for, like, what would make the most sense. For example, if we had a little hole here where the RCS could be, I'd put 2 on either side, just right there. Is a thing that I'd do, if that were a thing I could do. And we could actually turn these into the kind that only have up and down. And then that embed wouldn't actually be ridiculous to have. So if we just had... Okay, yeah, 2 horn. And then I rotated you to just be up and down there. That does give us 2 power, 2 thrust. For 38 tons, you're going to have 2 thrust up and down. I was thinking about it. Remember the angle of the dangle. What? You can't say that on TV. I learned that from Nickelodeon a long time ago. You can't say that on television. You're going to get slime all over your head. What's going to happen there? This seems like not enough, basically. But I don't hate the idea, the general premise. Let's double it. So I'll take you and give me that center of mass again. Center of mass looks to be about, let's say if we split it in half and then we split it in half again, so a quarter, 1/4 off of there and a little bit lean to that direction. So if that's the case, then I could do this, exactly what I was doing in the first place. Yep, all of the directions except for the one that you want. And I could put a pair of you there. We are in mirror mode, so this should be on all the sides of the ship. And then a pair of you, would it be there? So you are leaned toward that end. No, it would be more here. Just the other side of those hinges to match the fact that the center of mass is just the other side of those hinges, and then you look like you need to come out a little bit as well. So maybe I use the snapping in order to have a perfectly the sameness going on all of them. Where's that center of mass, though? No, well, pull it back in the other direction. Where was it there? Over there. No, I'm going to do it by eye, which is about there. That'll give us from RCS, and it'll give us 4 thruster power in all of those directions. Now we want, like, yaw. It's not exactly yaw, is it? What do they call it? They call it, if I set these up to do just the thing that I want them to do by showing the actuation toggles. So not yaw, not pitch. We could have roll if we want it for RCS. I don't think we want it for RCS. We've got SAS to do that. So we've got port and starboard, dorsal ventral, fore and aft. So we need port and starboard. These would be for dorsal ventral, which is the up and down. The dorsal as in the dorsal fin of, not a shark, but a dolphin. Why not a shark? Because they're mean. That's why. They'll F you up. So those will be for, yeah, and then we need the other things, whatever they were. So with linear ports, I put 2 of these on the front. Are they like sans angle there? They are. Good. They will explode when we come back down, though. They'll overheat and explode. Pretty sure that that's going to happen. Well, you got to live with things. Do you? I mean, it's what I'm telling my kids. I don't know what I don't have any kids. So I'm lying to my children. I don't know what your plan is. So this would give us the same 4 power cumulatively because these generate 2 power each. Am I not allowed to, like, attach to that, or is it just embedded into it in a way that I can't see? If I were to click, yeah, it just drops it out into mid-space, so I can't just have it there. What if I had it off the back of my balls? Yeah, there you go. right off the back of my balls. Absolute, click it. Absolute, click it. And then pull it out. Push it in. I'm talking about balls here, that's all. Shaft. So, what if I lined you up with that line? Would you look cool? Would you look even better? Yeah. Kinda, yeah. Just put a small radiator under it to absorb the heat. Well, we do have a small radiator on the front of the ship for that. And with the idea of its proximity is the important thing. Well, here's a small radiator. Like if it's physical, if it's a bubble of proximity, I have no idea how this works. I still don't believe that it actually is proximity. I think it just simply cools the part that it's attached to. But we do have a small radiator right there. But yeah, that's a good solution for that. And that should keep those... They aren't on the center of everything, though, pawns. So they're going to be... Yeah, that is an issue in it. Though. A bit. I'll tell you what, could you make room for them on the back of the wing? I don't hate that idea, is what I was going to say. Remember some illumination and decelerate cloths. Yeah. I wasn't worried about, like, about having drugs, but, but I do like the idea. I think it's a good idea. So I will have them. Are you... That's just how you attach, huh? Cool. So give me this. Pull you out. I mean, actually pull you out on an absolute. Give me correct rotation. Perfectly rear. Tuck you in there. Are you really... No, yeah, that's not the right angle. So snapping, absolute, that's the right angle. And that's snapped absolute along that. I'll just tuck you in wherever I think you look coolest and make the most sense. Okay, now that I got you in there, how much of this gap can I get back? Because I liked the gap. The gap is good. That's nice. I could wedge you so that I can get more space. Like have you do a bit of that. Well, then you'd have to come out a little bit more because you're starting to penetrate. Or be penetrated. And then like that, and then you've got just the perfect little thing that's there. It's the gapping in the gaps. And then you, like so. I mean, I had lined you up with the edge of that wing, apparently. But you don't look quite right anymore to be that far out. There's just always an angle where it don't look right. The airplane parts are just... Ooh, excuse me. The models are just horrible. Horribly designed. None of them really snap together, and for, you know... with an OCD kind of awareness. Yeah, let's pull you up much as I can. And then you're at a perfect alignment there. It doesn't give us much room for the, you know, fins to go up and down without penetrating that one. But that's one of the things where, especially when you're dealing with airplane parts in Kerbal, you just accept that. You have to learn to accept that kind of a thing. And just... believe in your heart that if we were in control of it, we'd just make this one a little bit shorter. That's all. We'd make these a little bit shorter so that they'd fit better. So that's still looking good. I'm still enjoying it. I'll tell you what. I'll try one thing. What will you try, Pawn? I'll try, like, embedding this even more and then lifting it up. Like sometimes giving things a little overhang lip actually makes them seem more appropriate. You don't want to put it all the way there, though. Yeah, I hate that. I hate all of that. Just keep it perfectly flat, and like I said, learn to live with it. Okay, that gives us some thrust fore and aft. Fore and aft, and then we've got the ansel and dorsal, and then we'd need port and starboard. Oh, by the way, you should restrict what they do. So, actuation toggles, yaw, pitch, roll. This is just for fore and aft. And you are just for fore and aft. Yeet, 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 yeet. Okay. What about this part, Vaughn? What about it? What about merging it in more? No, you lined it up with the white edge there, and that does look good. It's fine. Okay. Oh, well, that's another thing you could do, you get. What? What if you, like, penetrated your balls through the wing? Have you considered that? Have you thought about making your balls go right through the wing? Obviously I am now that you're saying it so aggressively. With absolute snapping, make it perfectly centered, and then pull you down. That doesn't look perfectly anything, is what that doesn't look. That looks perfectly something. And then... It's not perfectly anything else. Oh, it wasn't absolute. There's your problem. Well, if it wasn't absolute then, was it absolute when I was rotating? Oh, that could be very cool, actually. Yes, that could be super, super cool. So let's put you guys here. I'm going to throw you away because you got angles to you. And then I will make from these instead. Off of you. Sorry? What? Why do you have that kind of an angle to you? Didn't I copy from you, who should be perfect? And am I not clicking in the perfect center? Why do you have your own angles going now? You silly, silly game, you. That's friggin' neat. Which begs the question, why not, like, have them be a little bit further forward and, they look too cool back there to even bother moving them forward. The smaller balls, though, if I put them on there, wouldn't, you know, penetrate enough. So I either put a third big ball on, like that, or I just don't have a third ball. I could go either way. That could break either way for me. I'm going to go for the 3 balls right now. We're down to 3,030 meters per second in delta V. With the weight of that RCS, and we still need the port and starboard. Now, I could just put it on the edge of the wing like that. But if I do, you know? No, we don't. Then it's likely to burn off as we're trying to come back into atmosphere, is the deal. Let me just slap it on there anyway. Let's see about it. Yeah, the textures aren't quite right, and camera angle isn't going to let me know precisely where it would be, but if they were there, and then they were tucked back to where they look okay... That would only give you 2 thrust authority instead of the 4 that you've got everywhere else, though. Oh, yeah, okay, so I'd have to do what I've done here, right? Yes, you would. Have one of them there and one of them there. I mean, they've got a chance of not being effed. You know, the other thing, Pawn, is actually, well, above and below, though, is the same problem. You know, I was thinking, like, I could put one above and one below and just have them dead on the center of mass. Wouldn't up and down make more sense that far out? Force times distance? Well, I actually disabled the roll feature for the RCS. But so that would be 1, 2, and then 3, 4 from the other side. And if I did 1, 2, and then there was 1, that would be 1, 2. I'd still need to use these kind that give the 2 in order to. So yeah, I'm relying on SAS for the roll aspect. Presuming that's what you're saying. Just line that up more or less with where it is here. And find the place where it embeds and looks okay-ish. I just don't want it to look like it's, you know, wedged in there. Or that it's hanging out. That looks all right. That's more or less on the same line as that is. And then we'll come over here and do the same bit for you. So like that. And then with absolute rotation and snapping, grab it, twist it flat, pull it out. You are not twisted flat. Now you are. And this being on an angle and us coming out like that is going to be its own sort of an issue. At least visually. Gonna look a bit naff. Damn it. You are correct. Roll is annoying, so nice to control with SAS. You are the astro engineer expert. Well, Germasian was the one who suggested that one to me, and it was like, I don't see the need, but alright, I guess. Well, and then we got it. And oh, yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right, aren't you? You know, it actually looks fine as we're twisting and having our look-sees. Maybe from the front, not so much. How much more embedding can I get and then go back like that? And yeah, it's mainly about this little lip when it starts to go over the white. As long as it's got a bit of a embed going. Alright, we'll say that's good enough anyway. So that should give us all of the angles that we wanted. All of the vectors of control authority. So this is for, yeah, port and starboard. And you as well, for exclusively, hey buddy, the port and the starboard. And that gives us all of the directions that we'd want to be able to RCS in, for whatever reason we would want to be able to RCS at all. Not huge fan of how this is, but I'm not super against it either. You know, you got the little cones just sticking out where they are. There's no thruster block to be seen, but the cone is a perfect cone. I think I can live with it. So yeah. So that's got us RCS. Our electric generation, we were just going to rely on the engine. The skipper definitely creates, you know, extra electricity for us. The cockpit itself holds 200 electric charge, which is fine. We could have extra battery, I suppose, but I don't know that we really would need it for anything at any point. We've got a couple of solar panels up front for generation, which again is overkill because we've got the engine there. 3,020 meters per second on this, and now we're talking about lighting and stuff, right? That was Something that's everybody's concerned about. Is he going to get the lighting right? Let's get these different lights that we've got. The Spotlight Mark 1. This is a very small one. Is that the idea? Light on. Oh, that's nice, though. Yeah. And in comparison to the dome light, is it like just a different cone? I think it's just less strong. If I give you a color, and then I give you a color, and it's not fair to make one of them green and one of them red, because as we all know, LEDs, the greenest is the most luminescent of the phosphor, and this game is just so well modeled that surely they thought of that. Yeah, it looks like these are just a little bit more powerful, but these look like a tap light, so I like the look of these better. If needed more power for a mission, just put batteries in the bay. Yeah, that's a good call. But I do like the idea of having some lights for our wings, so yeah. Especially to, you know, really draw attention to my balls. My balls need to be acknowledged here. Just like, what height do you want them at? Well, since I'm going to want them at the same height everywhere, let's try with absolute snap, grab. And then I guess I'll drag it back out to where it looks cool. And then I don't know what color we're going for yet, so don't quote me, boy. I ain't said shit. Woke up late at about noon, just thought that I had to be in Compton soon. Gotta get drunk before my day begins, before my mother starts bitching about my friends. Out the door, damn near went blind, young is on the path throwing out gang signs. Went in the house to get my clip with the MAC-10 on the side of my hip. Bailed outside and I pointed my weapon, just as I thought the fools kept stepping. F says C, F absolute, and then I do that, and then grabbing, and then with non-snappy pull, just enough to get a little bit of a lip out there. Yeah. And then one more for the wings, presumably. So if you were from there to there, then you've got all the space back to that one, and then a bit. So that would be here if it was it, but then you need the and a bit, which is gonna put you more like here. That'll make some cool, like, effects when the comes out and it's in the light. That's exactly why they wouldn't put that there, though, because, you know, it's just going to deflect some of the fuel that you're expending. To here, and then maybe I move that one up by a tick. On the snap, absolute, pull you up again. Yeah. You know, lighting the bushes is one of the most important things, as I learned from Dan Hardcastle, in everything that he's ever done that involves some level of creativity. Bing to bing to bing, I think you need to come out more, actually. Like maybe you're there if my concern is the spacing of the lights. I need to get you out of the way because you're messing up my eye line. I definitely wanted to light my balls. I think, actually, gap. This is a little bit shorter of a gap, but it feels righter. I think I will just have it there. It's a compromise on all sides. Yes, sir. Respect the nav balls. Does that put anything on the interior? It does. Oh, that's good. I'm glad for that. Yeah, little interior greebling. Totally intentional, sure. What color? I mean, the blue is actually working for us. Oh, and look, it throws the light on there. The blue is working for us there, but, you know, if it was just straight white, or if we just went for like a subtler kind of a thing, just added a little bit of cool coolness to it. And then, yeah. Are you gonna show me that color? Is that what you're showing me now? Because if that is, then that's definitely not enough blue. Yeah, okay, it's live updated. Something like that does add just enough, just a little touch of that blue hint. And then, can I get that again, or do I have to like that? Mode? Oh, you've also got HSV. Okay. You. That. Do it. You. That. Do it. See, and then still it's white, but it's just a little subtle, hey, there's some extra going on here. Could have it for the bottom as well of the wings, but I don't think I want to. Also, the stuff above the wings is occluded by the heat, is the premise, hopefully, when we try and re-enter with this thing. Presuming we can ever get it up. So there's a little bit of lighting like that. For the sake of, like, landing lights, we gotta be a little bit more serious about it with maybe a spot or two. Let me add you there. Chew. Did you really need the chew in there? I did. Peek-a-pee. Wouldn't have been happy if I didn't. So, lights on. And that'll throw us down some proper landing lights in front of the ship. Although, for how we land the ship, it would be nice if they were more, you know, below. If they were aimed sort of under us. And then in terms of things that are definitely going to explode when we try and come down... Whew. Bless you. Oh, thank you. I could live with that, especially for now and in testing and in design and in development and in whatever else is my justification for living with that, because I could live with that. Did I absolute snap that? Because it looks a little bit not quite the way it should have gone on. You know, there's more of a grab there than the other direction. Can I get an angle where I can see this nicely? And then, without snapping, what would you do? I think it's the blue angle that needs to rotate to just make it a little bit more even in how much arm there is grabbing. It's not perfectly even, but it's some kind of even. You know, kind of is where I am on that. A little bit of 3,012 meters per second at Delta V. I said my goal was to end up with just 3,000 meters per second at DV in this thing. So we're still there. We've got lights. Drogues was the other thing that we had discussed. Give me some radial mounted drogues. And for the sake of slowing us down as we're trying to land, I mean, I might be just fine with a single drogue, really. Because I don't plan it to be like a major thing that we use. Don't think you want it right at the ass end of everything. It's not going to help. You're coming down and then... Oh. Like, would you want it up front, actually? I mean, I guess there's just like a couple of different schools of thinking of this is what I think. Is you either do it like that so that you're dragging straight from behind it, or you put it up here and then it throws you off. Yeah, I guess a pair of them like that. Ah, damn it, we're down to 2,994 meters per second. Nope, we can only have one drogue. Actually, if it were just one drogue, it's not a perfect 3,000, so nope, we'll have two. The two drogues. Is there anything on here that's excess right now? And 2994 is still okay. You know, I'm still fine with that. Could always remove some of the liquid from my balls, you know, because, like, where have I got... Can I get, like, a full list of how much fuel's on board kind of a thing? Is that something that I have an option for? Like, if we've got 24, this is 40, actually, so 40, 80, 120, plus the 10 in there is 130. What if I just didn't have any monoprop up front? 2,999. Let's go. Let's go. That's good. That's good. That said, that is the ship empty, you know, which is, once we put a load in there, it changes everything, doesn't it? But we do also have, like, if the load leaves a space, we could attach fuel. We could put some fuel in the bay. What about a banner logo? Yeah, I guess there's just the one little one here. So here's my problem with that. When they first put flags into KSP, I found out, the hardest of ways, that flags have drag. And, like, the little labels here, the little flags, yeah, you can put them anywhere, it's no big deal. They had a massive amount of drag to them that was, like, toppling my ships, and it took me hours to figure out why my ships are going over. And it turned out, pull the flag off, and suddenly it doesn't do that anymore. Have they fixed that? I don't know. But I don't think I want to find out either. Shall we take this version of the craft out and test it, maybe even deploy those drogues? And we shouldn't be that. I'll tell you what. Thinking of the drogues, though, does make me think action groups going to be important. So maybe having these lights separate from the landing gear lights would be a good idea. Let's have the drogues on 0, I think. Yeah, I'll start there. So, drogues, well, go with the things that you know you're going to do a certain way. So, power generation is actually going to be on 8, toggle solar panel. The antenna is going to be on 9, toggle antenna. What I want is a button to cut the drogues. So I guess 0 will be to cut the chute. And then we'll just be deploying it by spacebar. Yeah. It takes care of that. Having the lights separate is a perk that I enjoy. So on 1, we will toggle our landing lights. On 2, we will toggle our wing lights. We could put proper, like, plane lighting on the thing, too. So there's, you know, a left and a right side that's visible from fore and aft kind of thing. I didn't know flags have drag. They had, anyway. I hope that they would have fixed that. That they would have just removed all drag from them. Otherwise, like, getting the biggest flag, which this would be a cool thing. You get the big flag, and then maybe you could make, like, a hang glider out of the flags or something like that, which is neat and all, but I was putting the flag on the correct way on the side of a ship that goes up, and it was creating ridiculous amounts of drag, like I'd put a friggin' wing on the side of it. You know, like this has when we tried to send that up, so. That may explain why my crafts tumble, not because I'm a bad engineer, but the flags. Yeah, there you go. That's it. Anything that's, where you don't have to blame something. Blame the developers. Always blame the developers. First and last and all of them. I suppose we should have a toggle on action groups for opening the cargo bay as well. And really, now that I'm thinking about that, Like, that should be number one. You know. Yeah. So let's toggle the bay doors. Toggle the bay doors. And then you know what else we could do that could be fun here would be... So we're not going to toggle the light with that, but we could turn these. We could say... I can't toggle them to blink, though. I would have toggled blink on and off with that. So you hit the button and then they start blinking. When it's open exclusively. But I'm not going to put another set of lights on there just to configure something to blink or something like that. So whatever. But that means 2 is going to... We're going to move all of these around. So 2 is going to toggle the landing lights. And then 3 will be the wing lights. Toggle light. Toggle light. Toggle light. And then I'm going to turn them off to start. Okay. Anything else that would be action grouped here? I don't think so. Let's take it out and give her a fly. Empty in the cargo bay, no load. But let's give her a fly. So save this as the Shuttle Mark... It can still be the Mark 1. You haven't made that many changes. Yeah. Yeah. Go up to the Mark 2, you dingus. Save it. And, Jeb, are you in there? Sure are. Well, put her out on the pad, and let's make sure she can fly. Should fly better because we've got more TWR available from the skipper than we did the Poodle. And this one might even, like, be able to get speeds enough to launch itself without running off the end of the runway. Who's to say, though? We're very flat with the pad. Yeah. SAS on, throttle to 2/3 maybe? And without any additional ado, let's just go. Oh yeah, we're making a lot of speed there. Maybe too much too quick. Even. So let's get it up to like 100 meters per second. I'll try pulling up. No love. I'm just holding pull up now. Alright. Keep it on the pad there. Pulling up at 150. Still no love. So do have to run it off the end. Let's throttle back to 1/3 on this engine. And yeah, way more when you've actually got thrust. Boy, do things work. There's the F-12, and where is that red line coming from? Okay, just from the engine itself. And look at how much drag we're getting, like, down the middle of the craft. And one of those is going to be... It looks like the cockpit ends right there, the drag. So that's a reasonable amount of drag from that. But what else? There's 2 things that are creating drag there. Is the other one the docking port? Just doesn't seem to be quite right, if you ask me. How in a bay, for example these, how you have that kind of drag even when they're closed. Did you limit your opening? Yeah, you opened to, at least it's fine. I don't know if you opened to the 88 that I told you is your deploy limit, but you're fine anyway. Close that back up. Let's turn on the wing lights. They did come on, but it is full daylight. Just turn on the 4 lights. Wow, they heat up rather slowly. Can we see that we're lighting up the ocean below us? No? Alright. Turn those off, turn those off. What else have I got? You've got deployables, which you can't do in Atmo. I mean, you could, but you don't want to. Alright, well, let's fly it. Oh, well, you know what? Yeah. Like, make the turn. Make the turn. Alright, get me back here so that I feel a little bit better about this. But this does not feel like a plane at all right now. Yeah. Using SAS. to assist. Just ain't right. But it is very, very maneuverable. Over so. Okay, get that back on. Let's SAS off. And yeah, we actually have to pitch down to keep us steady at these speeds. Okay, maybe not. Whoa. There's just like a lot in one direction or the other. As soon as you start going a bit, you go a lot. Yeah, this is the problem we were having with at takeoff. How it just grabs the wind like that at a high speed. So if I kill the engine a little bit, we're just scooping the air way too much. These wings might have to be smaller. At a lower speed, we're way more manageable. SAS is completely off. Like, look at that. Look at how it just, as soon as it, like, breaches a certain threshold, it's just gone. What is that about? You mean smaller elevons? I'm thinking the wings themselves. But yeah, look at that. Look at how it just scoops the air. I didn't pull up. And then I put it down just a little bit and boom, it just scoops it. It's nasty. I'm killing the engine entirely here. And we've got more than enough lift. It's wide enough. Maybe it doesn't have to be so long. The wing? You think the width is... Ooh, it took us a long time to come to this as like, yeah, that looks good. Look at how much upward, you know, force we've got right now. Is this something to do with like these just... I don't know. I feel like we want forward elevons as well, maybe? So that it can affect control without having to, like, yank so hard? I'm not sure. Again, killing the engine. Bank us a little bit more over, if you don't mind. See, look at it. It's just, woof. Floaty as hell. Yep. Yep. Okay, with the yaw, though. Wow. Yeah, it's way harder to fly now than it was before, actually. I think before because we had the ballast. We had, like, the mass, the weight. That landing was not going to work out well, so I aborted. Yep, there we go. Wow. Could set the inner elevons to pitch only and the outer ones to roll only. So the outer don't... Okay, well, I have most of that. The only thing that we would change there then would be these guys to not contribute to pitch. The inner ones are set to just pitch. Wait, no. Yeah, the outer ones just roll, the inner ones just pitch. But, damn. Alright, give me some speed. And, whoa. Whoa. Just look at that. It's like it's a paper airplane. No, that's not gonna work out for us. Yeah, I think we need forward elevons because it just gets out of control. SAS on. Okay, yep. Just get too much speed and then it just grabs them in all kinds of weird ways. Alright, give me 1/3 throttle. And then with SAS. Okay, well this was... The last test was to deploy the drogues, I guess. SAS off. Yeah, they don't seem to be doing a lot. Here we go. Now, this didn't... We don't need to... Hey, she held together pretty good. She held together pretty good. Yeah. Smaller wing... and... forward elevons, somehow? Is an idea? These are ideas? Like if I... yanked... Like, first off, just what if it were just thinner all the way along? I know this messes a lot of stuff up already, but what if it were just that width kind of a thing? And then for you, I guess, maybe one of you again. And these don't go on that way, but there's also not an alternate part, so we put them on like that, and then... How do you put them on? Put them on... Well, you put it on back here, couldn't you? Ooh. It's a lot simpler. What's that going to do to our center of lift? Good question. So if we can't get these edges and corners to look as good as they can, let's line you up to the back, but without tearing. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. And then, I believe now you, well, but you're built off of that. Leave it as it is, especially while we're just testing things. So that's not on both sides, so there's, that's cool and all. Put you back on, snapping, mirror mode, you, snap it, pull it in, pull it out. Let me begin, I came to win, etc. Alright, just get rid of the texture tearing that is implicit in every airplane part that you attach in Kerbal Space Program, because they're not well designed. There we go. You're back in place, you're on both sides. We've lost our monoprop for that. Yeah, I could just yank you off. That's not how I meant that. Shh. I think this is actually the one that I'd want to make both of them from, though. Because it already had an angle assigned to it. Yeah, no, you're gonna have to reposition everything. Again. Center of mass is a little bit further back. Center of lift is way further back now. Could move the wings forward quite a bit. Don't rip off the balls. Yeah. I would never. I would never. Absolute. Put you there. Hold you. Snap you somewhere. Pull you out. Nope. Gonna be in line with that. And as we said before, this is mainly about finding that place where the Widow's Peak does not pierce the white. And that looks okay. So now from you, because the angle should be the same, we'll put one back here. More or less the same place. Our mass has moved back a little bit. We're just rolling with it now, Pawn. You don't even know that this is the final form, so maybe you shouldn't be taking the time to do this yet. Can't stop him, though. He'll just keep doing what he's doing. Widow's Peak. Nice. Throw you away. Throw you away. Throw you away. And the 2.1, I mean, really, this should be the 2, because this would be the big change. Yeah, let's just keep that as the 2. And I know the center of lift is way back there, but stability is what we're looking for. And by pulling it off the center of mass, we're going to have a very specific point. Closer it gets to the center of the mass, the more it's going to kind of thing. So let's just see where we stand and what everything ends up looking like when we do it like this. Yeah? Yeah. Also, 2,708 meters per second at delta V? Why? Why would that be? We've lost weight. You say now we're 39.872 tons, but before we were... What? Before we were 37 or something, you said. Or 38, you know, it's saying that we've got an extra ton. Hun. My Anaconda don't want none. Oh, there we go. 3,095. It just wasn't in vacuum anymore, so we've gotten a lot of DV back, which is what I expected to see. That's good. But does she fly? Save it, put it back out. Trick is not having anything to spend them on. What Widow's Peak? The Widow's Peak that was just the edge of the wing curve and the way that it bites into the... I'll zoom in on it right over here. That Widow's Peak right there, where the gray comes onto the white. SAS for takeoff, yeah, SAS throttle to half, yeah, 2/3, and go. And give me a camera mode that matches the flying in general. Just chase. Okay, keep us on the runway if you don't mind. Just yawing over. Ooh, looks like I need to yaw over more. Okay, okay, okay. Pulling up. Nope. Okay. Let's give an F12 here. It certainly wants to bank down, because, you know, center of mass being all in the rear kind of a thing. Let's go ahead and stop making speed and just, like, maintain the speed that we have. F. Get me some height. Going through a lot of liquid fuel by going this fast, so I'm gonna actually pull it back. You know, this isn't a plane. We're not using liquid fuel. We're using LFO. Yeah, this is gonna be... This is gonna take all of the trim. SAS off. All of the trim. All of the trim. All of the trim. Am I wrong? Am I crazy? You're not crazy. More trim, more trim, more trim. Less trim, less trim, less trim, less trim, less trim. Okay, more than half the LFO remaining, and we are flying it as a plane, no SAS. Using our wing surfaces. Nice slow turn. Keeps us from losing height. Alright, well, you're saying that. You're also going around in circles, as far as I can tell, unless... Is that how far away we are from the shore already? That's not like another continent? Really? Everywhere but U.S. Wait, no. Go for island runway. Yeah, where's... Okay, there's the island. No, I kind of want more flight time here. So, more trim. Because we're still descending. Pull up, pull up, pull up. Pull up. More trim. Okay. We're ascending nicely. Thrust and ISO is about 75% of vacuum here, so ISP is about 280 for the skipper? I don't know. I would like to give this some gas to see if it's going to start doing that flipping, bouncing thing. I think the wings can move forward a bit, but we are, like, overstable is the thing. Yeah, it's taking a lot of trim and everything, but we are nice and stable now. We're not doing the weird thing we were before, but that's also, we're not trying to go fast, so a little bit more speed. I'll bring the trim back. Try and get us more on the horizon. This is, I want to see if it'll start, like, bobbing. Yeah, I think the problem with the previous ship, I mean, one, we had more wing than we needed, clearly. But, far more, of the real issue was, our center of lift was just too close to our center of mass, which made us understable. I think. Because now she's flying nice. Okay, engine just barely on. Bring the trim up a little bit more for landing. Okay, I'm gonna need a little bit of thrust from the engines here. This is a really low approach. Killing the engine. Okay, we have the weakest wings. Not the weakest wings, the weakest landing gear that is in the game. That was a beautiful landing. Would have been fine if we weren't on the just toothpicks with tricycle wheels on them. But that's what we've got. But that was a nice landing. That was good. I could have made it softer if I would have trimmed up harder and just made her float at the lower speed, but that's fine. Let's move the wing forward a bit, or we could try and give it an angle. I think we're just going to move it forward a bit. Because it's certainly stable, but it's a bit too, you know? That lift up here a little. I don't want to get too close, because that's the problem we had previously. Having it back here seems decent. It's centered with my light to my balls still, so that's good. I'd like to give it one more flight. And one of the things that I could do, I suppose... No, I won't mess with it. Move the back wheels a little forward. It will be easier to rotate on the runway. Rotate on the runway? If the back wheels are more forward? Don't worry about these wheels. These wheels are going away. Sooner or later. Let's see, I suppose we could land with like the harshest of angle. That would be viable. The forward boys, I mean, none of these wheels have any rotation to them. So we're just trying to force it around with yaw. Yeah, you're still going to be there, and then these middle wheels can be there, I guess, and okay. Your back wheels should be right behind the center of mass. Well, that's not what's going to happen. Especially not until we have wheels that are worth anything. So, again, yeah, no, we've got good everything. Want to fly it one more time. Make it a centipede. That's... invoking the gags from last stream. SAS on for takeoff, because I don't know what I'd trim this for out of the gate. Throttle to something, and then go down the runway with chase mode. Chase cam. And I'll just get us heading toward the right edge of the runway a little bit early. Pull up. Nothing. We gotta run off the edge. I'll pull up here. Okay, RCS assisted takeoff? We don't need it. Get some speed to make some height. In fact, let's give her a speed test. And let's watch the aerodynamic forces as we do. That's pretty decent. I'm gonna bring us back down to a third of that. And SAS back off. See how she handles on her own. Let's give it some trim. And let's pull hard on a turn. Start heading back. Where's the Space Center? Oh, there it is. Wow, slow turn. Got a drag mohawk. Very punk rock of it. Okay, so less still. And then if you could trim me, I'll pull you up to about horizon level. Try and get your wings somewhat level. And then this is a pretty reasonable amount of pitch. Or trim. I mean, we're not quite making height here. If we were trying to hold the horizon with our trim. There we go. And then just a little bit less, so we're not making so much height. We're gonna go eat breakfast. Dog Speed Ronin Pawn was very happy to watch from your bridge intro. Glad I woke up early. Have a good evening, chat. Thanks for coming out, King Akira. We'll be raiding you soon, I'm sure. Alright, so engine down to almost nothing. Bring the trim. Well, actually, if we're going to be slowing, then I want more trim. As we come in, using it as flaps. Dive us in a bit, and then I'm going to pull up hard just to try and scrub some of the speed. Do a bit like that. A little tail wag. Because we sure have a lot of the speed. Whoa! Nope, definitely not ready to land yet. Thank you, though. Yeah, still not so much with the ready to landness. Hey, she is on the ground. She's gonna run off the edge of the runway. Make no mistake of that. Okay, and the front wheels having the same braking power as the rear. Definitely not a thing we want to do. That's not bad, considering I'm trying to land it, without SAS control. With SAS, going to be very landable. And our first mission, the goal here is to run one mission with this and hopefully bring back enough science with it that we can buy into landing legs that don't suck. And so we want to bring the first mission back in a water landing scenario, and then buy into that tier and upgrade the shuttle. But we just don't have the science for it right now. But that was pretty good. Revert to spaceplane hangar. Yeah, if anything, I was a little bit happier with it when it was further off, It was getting a little bit floaty, a little bit excessively floaty there. I'm going to move it back just a touch. Like there. And I think that's it. I think that's our wings. That's the craft. And now it's going to be about shoving it to orbit. And I've got an idea for it. Now that we switched over to the skipper engine, I've got an idea that makes sense. About 3,100 meters per second of delta V on the craft without any load. This is pretty good. So, we're going to have ourselves one of them there live stream breaks. And when we come back from live stream break, I've got an idea of some kind of structure that we might be able to build to push this thing to orbit without it toppling over. We'll see. I gotta have no expectation that it'll actually work, or else, I don't want to get frustrated. But I've got an idea that seems like it might have potential. We'll do that, it won't work, and then we'll figure it out. We'll refine it. Who will be the lucky pilot? I'm planning on it being Jeb, because it's the test flight, and if somebody has to die repeatedly across multiple universes until we get to the place where something's working, then you want it to be Jebediah. 7-minute live stream break, might take about 9, we'll see. Don't go anywhere, pulling that out. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn, where we're building a shuttle, where we may have just finished building the shuttle. It might just be working. It certainly flies. The question is, can we push it to space? And that's the goal ahead of us. And I've got an idea for it. I've got one part of an idea that I'm hoping the rest of it comes to me as we go. Can I name a Kerbal Elon and send him? I would need some kind of ridiculously expensive sports car to shove him into, just to show off his opulent wealth. I don't think so. No, he's gonna be... So, what are we doing then? I think from the spaceplane hangar, we're bringing the Shuttle Mark II into the VAB. As soon as I grab it, it should automatically snap to the VAB's world. And then this is actually going to be the bottom of the ship, is the new idea, the new premise for this, because we've got this issue of drag, and we're still going to have issues of drag because of the cargo bays, apparently, which is kind of, but okay. But importantly, if we can cover over this big part of drag, then we'll be doing well. And my thought is, we use a fairing to, go over the top of all of that, and then we load some fuel into the tip, which is going to drag the center of mass further forward and stuff, but we'll just see where this takes us, this general premise. So the thought is, we start with a decoupler of the biggest size, or the size that makes sense. I think of the size that makes sense for what this comes down to, which would be just the standard. Yeah, TD18. And then we're going to have it other way round, because we don't want that decoupler sticking to the ship. We want it to blast off from us. This is going to be interesting, because there's got to be considerations about if we're going to have a tip that needs to fire off, and it's going to be weighty. When are we going to do that? Are we waiting until space to ditch that extra weight that we're pushing up of like an empty fuel canister, which will drain it first, kind of a deal? But, or are we going to give it like thrust authority to throw itself off, kind of a thing? These are the questions to be answered. But this is my general thought here, and we might even just go outside of all of that, and then see where I could attach it to down here. I don't want to have more fairing than I need, but let's see where you'll let me put it. Say, a little bit higher maybe? There, and then down. You gotta actually snap to closed, though, for me. It'll allow me to close the fairing there, but I want a nice clean line if we can get it. What's the minimum amount of out that I definitely have to go here before we start getting weird penetratey things? About that much? And then coming down, we can... Well, no, it's not going to be a nice clean line, no matter how you do it. Okay. But it will let me do it... Where? Turn snapping on. Oh yeah, snapping for that. It's working out a little bit better. Bit ago, but not from afar. And so that puts all of the not aerodynamic stuff underneath a fairing, without wasting too much fairing. And then we're talking about putting some fuel up here, because why not? And I'm sure there's some people who could come up with some reasons for me. I would hope there are. Are you paying attention? No more tapered bits that get any smaller that would actually store fuel. If that's the case, then I'm going to arrow. And what do we got for a tip? That's huge. And that's not. So we've got some extra fuel in there. We're going to have to get it out of there. if I just enable cross-feed through you, does that change anything on our DV? So, make it different. Well, actually, you don't need that. You just need that up there. And then when I disable crossfeed, yes, that's what we want to be seeing. Now, what are we looking at? We're looking at vacuum right there. Let's set up our altitude to be about 12 kilometers for the liquid fuel stage to kick in. And then pull this open so we can see TWR. Wow, 1.29 TWR, okay. Importantly, that 3,050 meters per second is the fuel that we want for space, most of it anyway. So this is only 604 meters per second. So then the idea is to have some liquid fuel that we throw off, and also that brings us some more engines on board. And adjust the flow priority. So we want the fuel to go from here first, and I believe the way this works is whatever's got the higher priority drains first. These are -10, and these are 10, so they should drain first. Yeah, I think the ship has actually automatically done it correctly. Maybe. We'll come back to that before we put it out for the first test. But this is the general premise I had in mind. We could have more fuel up here, is another thing to consider. Because where are we going to keep all the fuel for this thing is a question I don't really have an answer for yet. Are we sorted by mass? We are. Give me the big guy, and then go up to there. Hey, now that's looking like a spaceship there. And gives us 1,399 meters per second with not enough TWR. Boy, if I just made the whole thing like that, but what are we doing to the center of mass here? Yeah, I think that's going to be problematic in the long run, but I think we might have to do some amount of that. If I could just back off to maybe the half stack of that, and then something like that. It's plausible. And that's up to 1,036. So we'd want to add about 1,400 more, 12 to 1,400 more liquid fuel, which let's just find out what that costs us delta V wise, like by throwing the thing in that we know we're not taking. So that gets us up to 1,700. And that's 22. Okay, so about the amount of fuel that's in 2 of those is what we want to be able to bring along as well. And those have 1,440 in them, so 2,880. 2,880 liquid fuel is what we want to be able to add somehow to this craft. Anybody got any ideas on how to do that? We're going to need the TWR to support it as well. If I had my extra fuel in the size of the Bobcat stuff, which would be the TX line of fuel containers, and I'm just going to throw them on here for now. Don't think I'm doing anything. So what do you give? 405. So let's say 400, 800, 1,200. And we needed to get to, it was 1440 and then 20 something 80, and so another smaller in the size. U, nope, that's the big guy. U. And what do you give? About 200 more. So 400, 800, 1,200, 1,400, and that's basically what we already had there. If we could put one more on to pick up another 100, then that would give us more. And that would be with the idea of, do we add a pair of Bobcats to the profile, the launch profile, when I put all these together? Looking at 1.31, which means the Bobcat is actually a bit overkill. because we'd end up with 2 of them on here. But we'd also end up with 2 of these, so maybe it's not. Because if I grab a, well, if I just took you and both sides, TWR of 1.4. That's very plausible. Yeah. 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 In theory, anyway. The delta V is looking weird. But in theory, anyway. Let's, again, not where it's gonna go in the long run, but let's just put this on. Yeah, with the snapping, not radial, or not mirror, but radial. Put you on there. Put you there. It's each side. And now we fire all that up together. 2,727 meters per second from altitude. That's more than we need, actually, if that were true. Pull you off, but what are we saying up here? We're saying it's 2,213 left, so let's go off of the math that I did in my head already, whether it makes sense or not. That is the tallest of those that I have, right? That are in that size? It would appear so. The X200, that goes up to a different scale. That's a different scale, yeah. Yeah? Yeah. That's interesting, but no. So, okay. And then aerodynamics for them. Again, not where they're going to be, just building as I build, when I build, where I build, how I build. Okay, and let's look at some different colors. Okay, and for prettifying it, for one, I guess I'm getting rid of those. Wish there was an orange version of that, but for prettifying it, let's do this. Yeah. 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 We could also fuel duct out to these guys wherever they're going to be attached to the thing, so that we're sucking fuel from here first and then from them. What do you want, though? Because I want to be able to throw these off as soon as possible, I suppose. Yeah, so no would be the answer to that. Let them burn on their own. Make sure that crossfeed is disabled. Mm-hmm. 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 And if these footers weren't going to actually, you know, be with us forever, then that would be a fun place to leave it there, but in reality it wouldn't really make a lot of sense. So how the hell do I attach these things to our ship, considering that's a cargo bay and there are wings on the sides that aren't, you know, paper thin? Because it's always something I'm thinking about with the decouplers. Once you release them, their clampings will be there forever. So just those feet, just those little mounts. And then later when we open this up, those feet will still just be out there hanging in dead space, kind of a thing. Don't want that. I mean, we know how NASA did it with the space shuttle, which is that it was like an asymmetrical build, and I presume that they, I don't know, I presume that they had like, you know, the thrust to weight ratio balancing of the, you got the asymmetrical weight profile perhaps, and then also you've got the engines, and the thrust to weight is balanced so that it keeps the center of thrust at the middle of the weight that it's pushing up. So thinking along those lines, this, switch over to radial, and go full friggin' NASA. That would be so cool if that would work somehow. I'm gonna put you further down. You out there? No, you want to be one in closer. Yeah. And my goal would be to have these low enough that we'd sit on... Well, I guess we'd have to sit on everything on the pad, or launch clamp it. We're finally going to actually use launch clamps, friends. The engines on the shuttle were angled to point towards the center of mass. Ah, is that how they did it? Okay. Actually, Pawn, what? There is a way for you to do this. Don't do it that way, though. Get that, and then pull back. Pull it down to the point where engines start impacting the ground. Okay. I mean, I could at least get them real close. Two. Good. And then drag you back up a little bit. To save mass, just disable the toilet like SpaceX did. Is that... really? Sorry? Who? What's this SpaceX you're talking about? Yeah, the center of mass there is not going to be tenable in any way. I should think. But you say they angled it toward the center of mass, did they? Put them under the wings. Tuck them under the wings? I can get them closer, I suppose. You think that's gonna help, little magnets? Like, that makes everything I just did worth nothing. But, hey, welcome to my channel. Angle your booster engines to point toward the center of mass of the whole ship. So, the issue here would be some very special rotation. That, and then in, and then out. And you're embedding the wings still. Still penetrating the wing quite a bit. You away. Rotate you a bit. Checking your local. Push you back in. Wow, that's about as close to not penetrating, well, just barely penetrating as you could be. Alright, alright. A few more millimeters on the design, and we got something here. Just that, and then the extra rotation. And then there you go. We have clearance, Clarence. Just barely, but we got it. All the way down. Center of mass certainly closer to the center of the ship. That looks so cool. Damn, that looks so cool. But this is just the liquid fuel part of our everything. You know what we should do to make this easier would be, I'm gonna not drain them, but tie them off. You can't use the fuel from any of those places, and those are the only two places where we've got fuel on the ship? That's so convenient. It's almost like I was smart in building it. We know that can't be true. So if we can't access any of that liquid fuel, we can only access what's going on up here, which gets pulled all the way down to this engine. And now it's saying we got 2,088 meters per second of delta V off of what we've put on here, which would not be enough. And with all the fuel that's in there and you running at that full go, like, I guess what you want, Pawn, actually, is to drain the liquid fuel out of here through there as well. Like, you want that and this draining simultaneously, maybe? So that all of that empties together? Does that make sense? I'm gonna start building toward that until somebody in chat says, no, not at all. What do you mean? You idiot. Why do people watch you? I'm so much better. Is King Akira still here? Because he's pretty awesome. He's pretty awesome. If you haven't already followed twitch.tv/KingAkira9000, go do that now. So if the fuel drains into there, now we're showing 1,220 meters per second of delta V. I'm confusing the hell out of everything here. It's not difficult to confuse this game. Okay, so it's also... no. You would break off... how about there? And then maybe you go... no, you don't go at the same time. The fairing could blow in its own stage, and that goes... and now we're showing between the two of them 2,200 meters per second, which is what? More like what we wanted. In fact, 2,256, if I continue adding. Yeah. Let's say that that's that handled, just for the sake of pretending. We gotta fool ourselves. We need 1,000 meters per second, preferably a little bit more, from solid fuel now, from SRBs. But Dramatian's point of angle your booster engines to point towards the center of mass of the whole ship. So you mean pointing these there? The hell of an angle to put on them. Would like having this rotated such that, and I'm just doing this and I will undo it, but having them like that and that. That sort of a thing. Center of thrust. It's down there. Just the engines, not the fuel tanks. Okay. Still, that's a lot of... to put on, that's a lot of everything. So, aerodynamics, no. Center of thrust, yes. Where the hell is my center of thrust? There it is. And the thing is, it's dead under the... I don't want to mess with it yet. We'll after this one fails horribly, then we'll get into that. It just seems like the kind of thing that I'm gonna do, and then we're gonna be that much further away from knowing what the hell's going wrong. I'd rather that be a solution as opposed to a potential problem. So SRBs. Now there's the SRB consideration, for which we have definitely no good solution. You know, like we've already tacked the liquid fuel on where we can get the liquid fuel. There's zero room for SRBs on this thing. Boy, I remember these fuel tanks actually being quite useful. The 540 to get up to the 1220 that we want. It's not quite enough, but you extend them a little bit, and then what's your size in comparison to what's going on here? And then they actually throw themselves away is also a nifty part of that. Maybe we replace what we've done here with this. And they still come out to the correct size for the Bobcats. And it would probably be attached to, like, there. Have you got different colors? You do. Let me take the top. Take the bottom off of here. And then take that, set it aside. Grab you. With snapping. Attached there. And then you on the bottom. Ooh. Starting to get sexy. You guys would need to break off. Keep messing up my staging. You would break off at the same time as we're releasing these, I believe. That's 2100 meters per second of delta V. So a little bit less than what we need. But if I wedge a couple of these skinny boys, and maybe at the bottom where I don't like the way that that looks. Yeah, it's still not going to look good. And we are at altitude 12K, and now we're looking at just 2200, so we've still lost a little bit. Mount the whole craft on the end of a massive SRB. I don't think one will be enough, but that could something, I don't know. So that's not quite enough. The next size up is you. That gets us to the 22. That's actually more than we had before. It helps peel them away. Because these have vents here that it actually contains a small amount of solid fuel that fires in order to peel them off of the ship. So that being the case, number one, if they were going to stay mounted like that, then they'd come up something like so. There's a part of me that says, oh, that's cool, and there's another part of me that says, I kind of liked the old style better. You know? The previous one looked real nice as well. TWR is 1.42. That's very reasonable. Very nice. Could even reduce the output of the Bobcats a little bit. Yeah, I did like the other version. Well, what's the preference in chat? You like this because it's sharp and pointy and cool, you know, there's that coolness, or did you like the other ones? Because I'm leaning toward the other ones, but I'm not too committed in one way or the other. Mount the whole craft on the end of a massive SRB. In terms of SRBs, biggest thing we got is the Pollux. And if I just put one here. Hello, Dr. Autist PhD. In career mode, we have done nothing more than Minmus and Moon missions so far. Don't even have any bases or space stations. But I'm right now having fun with the concept of a shuttle. We've built a shuttle here, and we're trying to figure out how we would possibly get it to space. What have you done with that SRB? Yeah, that's where solid rockets, solid fuel usually goes. We got 1 meter per second of delta V in there. Sure, why wouldn't you? TWR of 0.85, so yeah, we would need 2 Pollux at least, so that we can at least get 2 meters per second of delta V. So Mr. Vatnadal likes this version. Westlay likes the other stack that we had. I prefer the old look, but the separation on these are nicer. I will stick with these because they're handy right now, because we've got them built and they're in place. And then if there's a redesign involved, I'll go back to the other one, because I think I liked the other one. I think I preferred the other build. But this is very neat in and of itself. I also kind of think that I want it built the other way around, which is having you as the thing that's actually attached to the decoupler. And but you know, on both sides, like we've been doing game. Yeah, I guess it is mirror mode, isn't it? Put you there. And then you... Yep, just like that. So you slam into the ship when we're done. Yep. Thank you. I think that makes more sense. They would get lower to touch. Are we showing Delta V on the Pollux now? 722. Wow, so if I put 2 of them on there, we're going to be over on the TWR by a bit. Make it radial, slap them down there. 1198, no, that would be perfect. And a TWR of 1.27, that would be perfect. 2 Pollux, but we need to get them on there somehow. Because this ain't going to be it. And again, can't attach anything to this side because it's where the cargo bay opens. And just as a general premise, I would be against that, even if, once we have the decouplers on there, it wouldn't leave the footers behind floating in space forevermore. But it will. So, how? How now, brown cow? Could do like that. Have them down there. We will certainly need more room to build underneath anyway, but... So I'm gonna say bad idea. I'm gonna say that isn't, it's not gonna go anywhere nicely. Would be my guess. You know, with the decouplers that we'd need on and everything. And we've also got the issue of our really horrible makeshift... We shouldn't even have any wheels on this version. Because it can't land. I can land it under duress. I can land it on a runway, a perfectly flat runway. So if we got it exactly back to the Space Center and then tried to land it, there's a slim chance that I can land it on those wheels without blowing them up. But it's such a slim chance. And if I got rid of them, let me just grab some decouplers and put them on anywhere for now. And then put you guys on the decouplers. Are you on correctly? You are. You stand off not enough to clear the wheels like that. And of course we'd have our center of lift way the hell off of where it needs to be, but maybe this is where Germasian's, you know, solution kicks in. Give me you. Is there a place where you fit? You're penetrating there. But by how much? Not that much. So... let's grab that. And then, yeah, on your local... move you out. And rotate you a touch. Just so we're as close as we could possibly be to the wheels. Incidentally, you guys would have to be a lot further down so that you break off and get thrown away from the ship, especially when you're kissing the wheels like that. It looks cool, it just wouldn't work is the only small issue there. What? Why? Oh, because you're going past the part. Okay, so I'll just hold shift and get it to go where I want it. Yeah, you're still deeply embedded into the liquid fuel engines. So they just don't really fit. Edge of wings like an F-16. just these massive liquid fuel boosters that are being held by these flimsy, lightweight aerodynamic wings. Yeah, that's they do that, don't they? I have perfect clearance there with the liquid fuel booster. Damn shame. That ain't that just don't do. Snapping. Two together like that. And then push you away from one another a little bit. I mean, I'm looking at all of the possibilities. You see, you're embedded, you're still rubbing into my tires. So that wouldn't do either. Yeah, there's no version of that where they'd both fit. Damn, 2 Pollux is perfect, too. Move the wheels. If I'm moving them, I'm just throwing them away. He says, and then thinks, well, maybe I can just, with local, 1 snap out. And that would almost give you room. 1 more snap out. Alright. So, 2 snapping points locally out. They're still connected, aren't they? Yes, they are. Wider wheelbase for landing. And gives us enough room to tuck the SRBs in here, maybe. I mean, actually, it's just the skin of the SRB now. Clearance should be the exact same all the way down for those wheels, because they all have the same gap. And yet it doesn't look like it is. I mean, I'm okay with that, but why is this one wider, you know? Does it get thinner at the top? Doesn't look like the model gets thinner at the top. Are you in a different position than everybody else? You bastard? You bastard! Oh, the brakes. The brakes were an issue, weren't they? So, 100% brakes there, 100% there, 100% there. Maybe we don't have any forward braking power. Or maybe we just have it at extremely low braking power. I think no braking power on the front. Those tuck. They tuck, and that is perfect. That's I can live with that if it were viable in any way. Which I doubt there's any way to make it viable in any way. Wrong cone, that would be you. I can change the color of you, but not the SRB, so odds are that's probably as good as it's going to get. The mission was lost when the unretractable light aircraft wheels impinged on the external boosters. That could be the final report on this. They are above the center of mass of these, so they would kick off and away. Yeah. Wouldn't mind if I could, but they rotate on that angle and not the other one. So don't worry about it, Pawn. Live with it. It's fine. It looks great. Looks brilliant. So, center of thrust. Let's go ahead and just make sure that this is, if I say, there's an option to disable the engine, correct? Throttle, main throttle, independent. Remove from simulators, actuation toggles, shroud, auto strut, gimbal. Okay, independent. And then you... independent. And then turn the center of thrust off and back on. It's not affecting it, so I guess it's showing me the center of thrust just for this stage. Right? If I dropped you in there, shouldn't show me anything, and then if I did that, and then I center of thrusted it again, it's not updating that, regardless of how I do things. Well, that's cool. But it was Dramasian's pitch for how to make it possibly work is to angle them toward the center of mass, which we really can't do because they're too close to everything else to be angled. Maybe on an absolute no snap. Yeah, because we did have that extra clearance at the top with those wheels. So if you did like that, center of thrust, at least the line that we've got right now, it would be out here though, if they're the only ones burning, and it would be going, you know, along that line. So, yeah, it's gonna be mostly a no. Nonetheless, I'm pulling you out. So SRBs fire all by them lonesomes, and then they drop as we kick up the liquid fuel stage, and then these get thrown off, and then the fairing comes off and we throw that away, and then we've got our two drogues for the return thing. I have no reason to believe that this will do anything for us, but what I'm going to do in order to try and give it a slight extra hope is number one. I'm going to take the whole ship and I'm going to rotate it so that our thrust is, if it's turning us over, it's turning us over in the direction that we want to go, to the east. And then I'm going to run all of the liquid fuel engines alongside the SRBs just a little bit. Maybe a little bit more than usual, in fact, so that we can have that extra gimbling authority. I also think that we need to configure our elevons with like a mode, maybe on custom 5, where I can toggle all of the controls for all of the surfaces on at once. So yaw is the one that gets turned off for these, so turn it on. For these ones, it's yaw and roll, so we would turn on for you, toggle yaw and toggle roll, and then for these, for you guys, it is pitch and roll that are turned off, so toggle pitch control and toggle roll control. And then once we're on the pad, I can hit 5, and it'll turn all of our fins, our elevons, into a mode where they can contribute to everything that's going on to try and help control the ship more with some aero forces. It would be a really good idea to have extra fins on the craft, generally. So let's go back to our aerodynamics and find some fins to throw on. and put them on like the liquid fuel engines or something. So which do we like? I think I want the tail fin. I want the one that moves completely. The winglet's just a winglet. It doesn't actually have control surface capability, right? But then where's the next one? Down. Yeah, yeah. Are you the... You're not the one I'm thinking of. And I don't think it's... That's the one I'm thinking of. That winglet. This one actually has... deflection things that it can do. So we've got that side, and... Let's say... I'll give you... a pair there. And maybe a pair there. Okay, those are all ideas, and now I just want the SRBs to look cool. Finding a better spot for them. For the engines to be down. And we're going to need launch clamps for this, because I'll never get it perfect where it's just sitting on the pad exactly right. Or we could say F it and just ship the thing, which I'm pretty keen to try as well. So I will make a little bit of an effort here to try and at least eyeball. So like that. Nope. I'm trying to get the camera angle where I can just barely see that these are perfectly in line with one another, and then drag you guys down to the exact same area. And maybe it'll all sit on all of the engines all at once. It's possible. Unlikely, but possible. Okay, I want to launch it. I have precisely the correct amount of expectations, which is none. But save that. 1.27, wait a second, it's 1.27 from altitude. At sea level, it's 1.14. That's good, because I said I was going to run the liquid fuel engines alongside them. Now it will force me to run the liquid fuel engines, you know, meaningfully. Maybe I just run the Bobcats with them. And save that. Maybe. Yeah. Let's give it a try. Save you, see where we stand. So making sure the staging again, that's all the engines firing up, then we drop the SRBs, go over to the, you know, add the main engine into the burn, and then we are throwing off, we're peeling off all of that as we throw it away there, and then the fairing goes, and then the other thing, and then the other thing, and we're good. And that's going to be a Jeb kind of a mission, because it seems like we could all die from trying to push it up. So let's give it a go. So number one, will it rest on the pad without just slowly falling over and then exploding and killing everyone? Because the engines are just eyeballed to stand upright. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. Is it? Maybe. Also, these engines are angled, so that's why the rest of the ship, I'm realizing now as I'm looking at it, maybe wanted some struts on here. That's why the rest of the ship is now, like, off that direction, because these are more massive, because they're packed with solid fuel. Okay. SIS, throttle to... We're going to go, like, I don't know. I don't want to be a full third, but more like a quarter at least, to try and get the kind of TWR we're going to be looking for here. Just for a basic liftoff. Yeah. I mean, it looks cool from some of the angles. That looks cool. This looks cool. That looks like... That's not going to happen. What, are you stupid? What's wrong with you, kid? That's kind of what that looks like. Alright, is everything ready to go, more or less? I think I'll keep the controls up here so we can see how the ship's SAS is is faring, which it probably won't be doing at all. I also have to remember that I need to pull up the ball. I have to go up the bowl by pulling down, go up this way to go to the east on this ship because of the way that it's laid into the wind. Houston, could we get a countdown?
Hey, Pawn. I'm gonna say something.
Don't be rude.
Nope, I'm gonna say something I really don't want to say. That actually looks really badass.
Oh, well, thank you, Houston. My goodness.
Yeah. Happy Thanksgiving, brother. In 3, 2, 1, fire! Yeah, that's what I thought was gonna happen.
Kind of a jerk, Houston. If you knew that's how that was gonna go, it's kind of a... Alright, well... Yeah, so there's that. So there is that. There's that. That's a thing. There's that as well, though. And there's that. You were just in time for that. Welcome, Dundee. She just turned right over as though the center of thrust was down here, as though the center of thrust was like here and not where it's showing me, while the center of mass is back here. That's weird, right? It seems... Huh? I'm gonna take these with an absolute snap and get them back straight up and down to start with. And then something profit. The mission was lost due to undesired amount of gyroscopic activity. Ah, yes. It's the marketing. You write that up. And maybe not everyone will sue us. So, what did I say when we were out on the pad? I said things like, maybe we need some struts. And that's... I should listen to me. So, struts from places to other places. As tall as you are, I'm thinking we can strut from the inside, from the... Can I... We'll strut from here to there, and then we'll rip it right off again, put it into the mud that it's supposed to be, because it didn't. And then we've got a strutted connection there at the tip, and then we've got here, so that should hold that together well enough. A similar deal up top. Similar deal up top, and I'll try and keep these struts off of the actual ship. See if are we good if I attach them to the fairing and then bring them out to like there. You only built one of them is a slight concern of mine. Alright, let's try building from the other direction. From you really? Is that what you think's going on here? Okay, well then I see why you only built them in one direction, the other side. So, one at a time is what I had always intended. I'll attach one there. It goes up to, say, there. And then another one here. That goes up to, say, there. To give us some additional rigidity. I don't think that's reasonable in the least. No? No. Alright, well then I'll put it here and attach it to there. Since I gotta do it by eye twice. And that means I can put you right on top of that piece and pull you to this line. And then that's more or less okay. Straight up and down on those. We're gonna burn all engines together in order to try and something centers of mass and whatnot. Like, if I thrust limit, can I move the center of mass? You can with the thrust limiting. Okay. Okay. So in order to get the COM back in line with the center of thrust, like, why is it going? Yeah, no, that's right, because you'd be pulling in this direction, and then you got these guys. Damn it. Damn it.
Double up. Yeah.
Mr. Vat Nadal gifting 5 subs to the channel as I scratch my chin and try and figure out how I'm going to get this thing to go up somewhat straight enough. Welcome to the Big Dick Club, and welcome back for most of you. Armis Colored, Billy Bobkus, Onto Edge, Dramacian, and Lo-Fi Loop. Alright, that's great, because at least some of those people are probably then going to give subs to other people, because they usually have a sub. Thank you, Mr. Vat Nadal, for supporting the channel, and for laying your hands on all that big dick to hand out to everybody. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well. I'm enjoying the receiving part of this giving. Yeah, we need the center of thrust to come over this way a little bit more, and the SRBs are just too powerful. We've got 1.97. If I pull back the thrust limiting on the pair of them and push them to 33.5, we're down to 1.13 if we run all the engines like completely just to the wall the whole damn time. There, if I'm running the engines to the wall, we get a 1.3, and we're off to the left still a little bit. Hey, Bags. I'm gonna launch this just to see what happens, just to see how, if we get any closer to it. Didn't quite sit on the pad as nicely as we might have wanted to before, so I think the other thing that we should do is use some actual launch clamps. Clamps for launch. So, yep, one on either side, like that, and then over here you can hold as well. And then grab the whole ship and pull it down, and pull it down more, the whole ship, do like that. Can I? Nope. Just make it look cooler. Like this one managed to look. Let me grab you and make you look cooler too. Just the one. Thank you. Okay. Alright, save it. Staging is let those go. We're burning everything. We are going to fire all the liquid fuel at once just to try and get the center of thrust near the center of mass as this thing is going, and then with this and then the other thing and then some stuff. And no, you break off at the same time as we are firing up. Well, everything's already burning, so you'd be breaking off, and then we'd be dropping these and dropping that, and the staging still seems like it's set up correctly. Save it. Jeb's still in the cockpit. He is. Put it out on the pad. And let's watch this one explode. Which seems very likely. Trying to get the center of mass on a shuttle with engines just completely off to one side. Yeah, that's how I figured that would go. Sure, a little bit of bounce in the wrong direction and everything. SAS on. Throttle to full. Oh goodness. Houston, could I get a countdown?
Your ship seems to be leaning in one direction. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah, no, I do see that.
But you're not going to scrub the flight for that.
No, doesn't seem necessary.
Have you ever scrubbed a flight?
I don't want to... It seems like a really big ship to have to clean as all one person.
That's not at all what's meant. But all right, in 3, 2, 1. You didn't have the SAS. I'll just turn that on for you. Go.
Hey, she's going up. She's going a little bit up. She's also twisting a lot. She's spinning. Hey, whatever direction she wants to go in, that's between her and everybody else. Can you hold that at all where you need to be? Okay. I mean, we're burning through a lot of liquid fuel that we didn't want to, but, you know, it is happening. I'm gonna, oh, if we do that, that turns us down the ball a bit there, Pawn. That's okay. TWR, just holding it at 1.3 for a bit, just trying to not go through the liquid fuel faster than we do the solid. Curious, are you draining from there? No, you're locked off. That was the intention. Okay. Pulling back on the liquid fuel. Whoa. No, okay. Wait. Now. And also, what if you kept going eastward? Huh? What about that? Uh-huh. I mean, it's close-ish. F. Nope. Give it full. Go to your prograde. Most successful flight we've had yet. No, this is, yep, it's good. Sure. That's, what's that liquid fuel? That's the stuff in the tip? That's the stuff in the tip. Alright, we'll just let those SRBs burn themselves out then. And welcome to our Thanksgiving fireworks display. Watch as the pilot, Jebediah Kerman, goes into an amazing, death-defying belly roll with solid rocket booster. You never seen anything like this before, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome for everything. Double-barreled pencil. Yeah, come on, solid fuel. My God, you're taking forever to actually burn out. Uh-huh. Wow, those clouds are just cartoonish, aren't they? And the Looney Tunes are in there wrestling each other right now, I think. Okay, solid fuel's about out. Firing up liquid full. Dropping those. And then we're just gonna bank up. Yeah, no. On the prograde. Sure. Yeah. No. Get like on the horizon. Why do you keep spinning? Just flat roll. We don't need that actually. All right. How about if we went just straight up then? How do you feel about straight up? Not a fan of straight up either. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Straight up. No. See now, all right. So I'll so we don't make more speed toward anything, and then while we're going up, I'll burn the engines full. Yep. No, sir. Not. We can bring the craft down. Is what I'm telling you. You need to listen to me. You need to pay attention. Yeah, she's just flat rolling. Uh-huh. Nope. All right. Yeah, and then pull all the way up. Because that's a lot of speed you've got going toward the death right now. She's a plane. Yep, we're good. We saved the body of the ship. The pilot signed a waiver, so I guess we're good. Hello, Linux Guru Gamer. Just experimenting with an asymmetrical launch stage for a shuttle. It's going great. When did you tune in? Was it recently? It's going great. Don't. The range safety officer didn't report for duty. Should I have hired one of those? Okay. It's my first time doing this. Looks like fun. Do it again. Okay. Houston rocket of nominal ascent trajectory. What's going on up there? Despite what you think, this isn't a circus. Lovely tumbling routine, but the French judge is not going to like Jeb's lack of enthusiasm. Revert back to vehicle assembly. I mean, we got the thing to go up on the SRBs for a minute. You know, the main concern is that we're draining through all of that liquid fuel so quickly. You know, we're just not... The stages aren't separate. They're not doing the job that they're supposed to do. You know, we're not earning street cred. We're not earning the kind of delta V returns that we would otherwise by pushing the liquid fuel up before we start burning the liquid fuel in low dense atmo. Smaller SRBs, says Germasian? That's very sensible. That's very sensible. Not feeling well. Won't be streaming this evening. Oh, okay. Well, feel better. You know, have a not miserable Thanksgiving. That would be a sensible thing, because with smaller SRBs, then we might be able to position them around the ship. I mean, the problem is that it's just the whole shuttle is a friggin' giant docking base. It's empty crew cast, so it's like I can't really attach anything to this side. You know, it would have to attach to like here, and then we're too close to the wings to actually get it going. Looked like the right liquid booster was not strutted. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm not seeing a strut on that side. You do seem to be correct there. I swear that you saw what it was doing to me while I was trying to do this. In mirror mode. There. And yeah, just because you're going in entirely the opposite direction. Alright, never mind. Not mirror... One at a time, apparently, is what we're going to do. If I did it radial... You also go in the wrong direction. I think because you snap into mirror mode, because that's how they're attached. Alright, so one per would be the idea. I'll just have you somewhere, and then to somewhere. So dead middle of that, right underneath that booster. Is it right underneath that booster? It's a little bit underneath. Different structure on that side. Alright, so just eyeball it. It's not... It's not changing anybody's life pawn. There you go. Alright, liquid boosters are now strutted at the top as they need to be. These guys are strutted to the back there, but yeah, if we do go with smaller SRBs... I mean, this sure ain't working. We know that. We know this sure ain't working. Pull you off. And then, can we also look at the center of mass to the center of thrust once we're on this stage? As the liquid fuel drains from these as they're going to, the center of mass will pull more in that direction. But they do line up pretty well as they are right now. So that's not bad. That just might be able to fly, especially if we can get it, you know, out of the lower, denser atmosphere. But we need an SRB solution, or we don't need an SRB solution, and we lean really hard into the liquid fuel, and everything is liquid fuel all the way up. No SRBs, no solid. In which case, we would want to something prop it. We would want to end up with like 4 liquid fuel stages, and maybe like some asparagus work going on. There's just not enough room on the craft for any of the things that seem like they would solve what we're looking at here. If thrust is offset too much by SRB, could lowering the thrust of the SRB push it towards COM a bit more? That's actually that's why that launch was so successful. The one previous, it just, you know, at the launch pad just went boom. But I did thrust limit that down to the point where if we ran the liquid fuel full alongside of it, it went up for a minute. But so let's at least look at a solution that involves smaller SRBs. So in radial mode, like that, and start looking at what we would need and what we can get. Kickbacks are nice and skinny. That would throw them off in very much the wrong way. But we could just have like no force percent of kick off of them, and just kind of let them drop away. Don't make adjustments like this because you got a lot of tinkering to do. So we have 1,263 meters per second of delta V off of those. Yeah, well, if you burn the liquid fuel alongside, then you do, sure. So get that out of there. Oh, that's all liquid fuel down there. No. Give me another stage. Pull the launch clamps into that stage. And where are these new SRBs I put? Put you down there. Yeah, 635 meters per second. That makes more sense. I'm like, if the Pollux got us 1,200, why would these get us 1,200? But, you know, I was willing to believe just about anything that might give us hope. I mean, we could imagine a world where there's rigid reinforcement on that wing, and we could even do it, you know? We could do something like that to have these stand off like so. That pulls the center of mass really to the center of the ship. But if I thrust limit down to 0 on you, and then I thrust limit you guys down to, you know, like 30% of a burn as we're going up just to give us some control, then we see where the center of mass really ends up being. But that's fine because you gotta have more than this. You need another pair. Yeah, just a copy of the whole ship. That's what I wanted. Thank you. Thank you, Kerbal. Thank you. No, but thank you, though. Thanksgiving. Thank you. So 4 of those gives us 1,056. Are we at sea level? No, we're looking at it from altitude, so it's sea level. It's less than 1,000. Yeah. TWR of 1.21, not quite enough, but with a bit of a kick from the liquid fuel engine as well. So if I were to put these guys in here, yeah, but I don't. I want to see what the delta V's is ours is. Center of thrust ends up pulling back more in this direction. So if instead of running those, thrust limit that completely away, we ran this a bit. I mean, running it full doesn't even get it back to where it would need to be. The more I could get these guys to stand up, off, away, the better, and the less I could get these guys to stand up, off, and away, the better. So let's at least use what we have handy for that and go down to the less appropriate decouplers. I think that'd be about right. Hey, Mr. Bags, what are you doing? See the Mr. Bags? There he is. Hi. He wants my attention a lot. So putting you guys a little bit closer. Oh, that actually helped a fair bit. Unless I've still got you and... No! That's running all 4 of them, and they are very close to the center of mass now. Does it actually do anything for me to... Doesn't move it left or right. Right? No. Okay. Just checking on some things. Bear with me here. Bring it back down. starting to look more plausible. It's just a little bit off. And if I then added in a touch of you, I don't want to burn it much though, because it's our fuel, you know? It's the liquid fuel. I had some of you in. Doesn't seem like that's as helpful. Is there a way to get these to stand off even more? Hydraulic detachment manifold. These big 0.4 tons. I've never used them, I don't think, for anything. For any build I've ever done have I used that. So what is it? Well, it's huge, but it doesn't stand off further. Yeah, it doesn't stand off and away any further, so it's of no use to me. Go away from me. I could just make a mounting kind of a point in order to get these to stand further off and away from the ship. What do you want? You want love? Do you want love? Come to me. Come to me for the love. Yes? Yes. Oh my god. He's getting comfortable. That's not right. Yeah, that's more what it's about. He was like leaning into that. He doesn't lean into that. He's like, yeah, let's do that. No, you don't do that. So what if I like made, you know, I embedded some empty thing, and then we said we wanted like something to make it seem like this would be more structurally sound, right? So, okay, all of my concerns coming together in order to answer them, not just me making up whatever I need to make up in order to get to where I want to get to. So what if I had, you know, can't attach them radially apparently? That's exact. No, I knew. I was, yeah, me too. Can you attach radially? No, you can't. So obvious, you know, octagonal strut. It's the solution for everything in Kerbal. But, you know, you got an octagonal strut that's like embedded, let's say, there. And then, where did I put that thing? We get the structural tube, like that. Have it be long enough for the mount to be on. Should be about that. And then aerodynamics. Give her a nose cone. Give her a nose cone. Right. Right. But right. And I can just merge it down and merge that one up. Yeah, let's have you merge up. I'm just hoping that the aerodynamic-ness of it still nisses with it. Get that. I mean, I could make this orange. And then it really makes a show of itself. I don't think we want any of that. Are you now blocking the thruster block? You are. Yeah, there's a thruster block that's in there. Son of a biscuit. Let's just see where we're getting. Let's not worry about all of the things at once. So then you guys could stand off of those like that. Alright, do you look like you could stand off of those like that? Not really, but you gotta just merge it a little bit. Merge you down. Okay. And then pull you up. centered to the thing. And so that makes those SRBs stand off a little bit more. And we want them even further out. So maybe instead of having it there, you make it go all the way. All the way. Yep. With the merging though. Oh, with the merging. Into U so that I can grab the octagonal strut. And then pull you out a bit. And then you guys as well. Actually merge down. So that you're touching the part that you're supposed to be touching. We have clearance for everything there. And it should look pretty cool. Just a little bit of something extra on the craft. We could put a cap on the end of that and stuff, but we're not going to worry about that right this second. 948 meters per second of delta V in the SRBs is not really what we were looking for exactly. But if it'll get us going in the right direction, I'm more than happy to start there and figure out what needs to be done as we go. And in fact, at this point, we could make the SRBs the lowest part. If I go to a absolute snap and then touch it once, and then I go to an absolute snap and touch it once, well, unless these were at the same place, you're not going to get the exact same height off of that. Maybe somehow. Probably not. Maybe somehow. Shh. So then, just put some little nose cones on those. The colors match. And now, center of thrust to center of mass is, it's very, very close. Still off. Don't get me wrong, it's still off. And then if we ran this engine a little bit alongside it, it doesn't pull enough, really, to be worth it. But if I run this one at all, then it pulls in the wrong direction. So we would run just the main engine. Just the skipper. Yeah, if we were to do it. Alright, I want to put this back, put this one out on the pad and see where we stand on it. See how we're doing there. Give kitty pets. He's been so loving lately, which is weird, you know? I mean, he's always been coming around. This Bags has changed so much. Since I first met him, since I first got him. He was my dad's cat for a year. My dad fucked him up, just really wrecked his head. But he came and he came into a house where there was another cat already, Paws, and they're brothers from another father. But you know, Paws has a like kitteny energy, whereas Bags had a more old grumpy man kind of an energy. But still, Paws was like dominant in the household, just by virtue of being the more, hey, let's do a thing kind of guy. Now Paws sits around looking like lethargic and morose, and Bags is the one that's acting like a kitten. He's just changed so many times. His personality is a million times become something else. Of course he's grumpy. You named him Bags. He loves Bags. He's a big fan of Bags. Save it. And I didn't name him that. My dad named it. So blame my father. When we switch over to these engines, we need to be throwing off the SRBs, and that is apparently happening there? No. It's happening here and here. And then we're firing up those engines, but I am going to run the skipper a little bit alongside them for extra authority and the TWR that we need. Wow, that only puts us up to 1.5. Do I still have you thrust limited? But you're a big, powerful skipper engine. It's certainly not massively efficient at sea level, but it also isn't, you know, nothing. It's pretty strong. It ain't like the Poodle at sea level. BMA. Yeah, okay. So I think the staging is back. We fire up all the SRBs, we're going to run the skipper alongside of it, then we throw off the SRBs when they're done, kick up our liquid fuel engines, the other two, and then when that's out, we're throwing that away. Yep, and then the fairing comes off and we throw the nose cone away in space or something. We don't have enough Delta V here, even if things went right. I'm pretty sure of that. But, you know, in inches and millimeters and increments, we will get to something that works. Maybe. I have that hope anyway. Are there people breaking in? SAS on, throttle 2 not full. Throttle 2 just a little bit. We'll burn a little bit of that engine alongside of it, give it a little bit extra TWR, is the maybe it will work out that way. Nothing special that needs to be done, and it's just a test point. I'll F5 from here for the sake of it. Houston, could I get a countdown?
In 3, 2, 1, fire!
Okay. That's a thing. Whoa, no, where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going, though? If I give us all of the liquid fuel, you know, I'll just I'll spin it around, spin the ship around in the other direction, so that it does this, you know, for next launch, and it'll turn us in the correct direction instead of going against the atmosphere. It's good, right? Here, you know what? Follow your prograde. If you can, do that. Don't pull it down, just follow it. So, this is the most stable-looking SRB launch that we've had yet. Yeah, we're actually getting up to the point of, you know, sonic effects, breaking the sound barrier and stuff. I'm just gonna let him follow his prograde. If I take him off right now, I think we're goner. We're a goner. Up to liquid fuel full now. Dropping the SRBs. Okay, they didn't quite clear, but they almost did. And now we've got full liquid fuel burn. This is not awful. It's not good, but it's not awful. Can we stability assist and hold at this point? It looks like we can. We're not flipping over. We're getting close to something that works here, people. We're getting very close to something that could work. We're up to 820 meters per second, only at 13 kilometers, mind you, because of how we turned down, but this isn't bad. If you survive, this could be a very efficient launch. No, we haven't made any of the kind of height that we need off of this. And I'm still afraid to sort of pull up on the craft. And we're also about to lose... Yep, see, I pulled up a little bit. Hence, I didn't want to do that. But we're about to lose one of the engine's worth of fuel, and now we have... And we just have the TWR from these guys, which is 1.16. So that's problematic as well. Especially if we're not going to throw this stage off. Let me see about throwing that stage off. So let's say at this point I tried to... Well, presume that we were going in the direction of our prograde, okay? Even if it's down toward the planet or something. Just get me on the prograde so I can simulate something. Just for a moment. Just for a moment near the No? Okay, well, fire it anyway. It almost cleared us. I don't know that did it break anything important? Collided in a Mark III to 2.5 millimeter adapter, but nothing that we need is missing. So that's fine. And then you guys are pulling a 1.4, 0.5 TWR now. I'm seeing potential here. I'm seeing potential. Lot of pitch. If I stability assist, try and get our prograde just like level. Okay, we've lost those. Now, next stage would be what? No, not that. That works. And then we do have drogues. Let's go ahead and pop them. Drogues away. See what they do for us. They don't seem to really do anything for us, if I had to say. So I'm gonna cut them. And now, can I pull up? Not really. Why can't I pull up? Because we've tested this craft. It does fly. Well, goodbye, Jeb. I couldn't pull it up. Now, on the return, we would be empty of liquid fuel, or at least lower, but I couldn't get that thing to pull up at all. Okay, there's a number of different concerns that rise, but that's the best flight that we've had so far, and it actually worked pretty okay. Change back the Elevon's controls? Oh, I didn't release them to help. Yeah, you're right. Wait, no, you're not. Because I didn't change them. I'm supposed to at the beginning of launch. I'm supposed to hit 5 in order to do that, and I haven't been doing that, which means we've not had as much control authority as we might have had from those for the launch, but it should have still been in plane mode. Yeah. We did remove... Nope, pitch is still available on both of them, and then just those two are for roll. And then you've just got yaw. Well, that's kind of a late concern. That's not a main concern. We got very close to something working there. We had a turnover, it worked for a while, and we were just a little bit too far off here. If we could get it just a little bit closer. I mean, that could be as simple as just giving this a little bit. I'll try with a snap first. Well, you don't want to do it from there. Not from holding that bed. You need to be holding the cubic octagonal. There we go. Back out. Try with a snap. Absolute snap. Yeah. And so that should push you out even more. And it looks like it looks. You know, there are other things that we could build to make it like that. But now, center of mass, well, when I throttle you, thrust limit on you to nothing. I didn't change the center of thrust. I'll just reload it. I mean, with engines full, that's almost dead center. And then with just a little bit, it's not as much of a improvement as I think we need. Well, let's also try and get every little millimeter that we can out of everything then. On a local, embed more onto those, and then you embed more into the ship. Every little millimeter that we can get is helpful. We were so close to something working. What else could you do this with? Dramatian, press the keys harder? I was pressing them pretty hard. Dramatian, What if I went back to the standoffs on that side and then angled those in more? Like, let's say I do this, I come off of the local, and then I do that. What do we get on the center of thrust? And there's only a little bit of angle that I could do. But that helps, doesn't it? That helps get us into the line. Just on this side, though. Leave these guys as they are. Or not. Like, if I can get a little bit of angle from both of them, from everything. Does that help? Yeah, I'm gonna leave those straight up and down, and then let's try that. Let's try putting these up on you fellas. These. Mirror mode, snapping. And then absolute snapping. And get you to where you agree on height. You're probably in agreement on height there. I'll just grab you and merge you back in a bit. Not much, but a bit. And then I grab you with your local rotation. Are you thrust limited to none? You're thrust limited to some. And then center of thrust, center of thrust. Yeah, we're way off there. So then if I angle these guys in, much as I can, much as I physically have the room to do, and that puts our center of thrust pointing in like that. And then with you two, is this insane? Yes, Pawn. That's pretty stupid, is what that is. And this is what we were saying, though, wasn't it? And that's what we were talking about. The idea of how NASA got the shuttle to go up was that the engines, in particular, were angled in. Now, in order to get that to happen, we got to angle the entire SRB. I don't want that though right now. I'm gonna try with this, and then again center of thrust overlay like that. Can I have more angle on you? It looks like you got some millimeters I haven't already consumed. You still got space. It's hard for me to see when that space goes away. Okay. I mean, it's at least angled in that direction. I think it's still off over here if I drew that line straight up, but you know, maybe that's and then something, and then it's okay. Right? Sure. What the hell is this supposed to be? Don't you worry about it. They're also merging together at the tip. Can I I be messing anything up to just get you guys to sit a little bit more upright like that? Have common spacing all the way up. Alright, one more launch, then we're going to do a live stream break, and then we come back to it and we finish it. as I think we're close enough that something's going to come together sooner or later here. So everything back up to where nothing's thrust limited to death. And then put her out on the pad. Staging still looking... Well, you throw all of that off as you switch on those engines, and then... Yeah, staging's still looking good. Put it out on the pad, one more launch, and then yeah. Then we'll have a live stream break and step away from it for a second. Get our wits about it. What? Are you hungry? Hungry? I don't know if he is or not. He probably has food. That's don't look too hard. Throttle to 1/3. I hate to run it at a third, but I'm gonna run it at a third. Oh, I was supposed to like flip it around too, because it was going in the other direction. So, yeah. Let's do that. Let's spin the whole thing around so that it will turn down toward the east. We won't be resisting atmosphere as we turn into it. Give it the best chance that it's got. So grab it, and then rotate twice, and then drop it. Yeah. And then save. Everything should be good. Launch again. I just got to pay attention to which direction is east on the bubble so that I'm pulling in the correct direction to turn us in that direction. Hi, I'm covered in cat hair. How are you doing this Thanksgiving? SAS on, throttle to a bit, and Houston, a countdown.
In 3, 2, 1, fire!
Okay. And I'm pulling hard toward the top of the ball, and it is turning over way faster than it did last time. And this was not a good idea. Is what we're clearly is the thing. I'm gonna hit 5. It should release everything to contribute to everything. Hey, at least we're staying above the horizon, you know? We're making height. We are making height. You can't say that we're not making height. This is... It's a space plane. What we're doing is we're getting runaway speed, and then we're gonna pull up real hard once we got all that, you know, sonic boom, and then we get up to like 1,800 meters per second all at once. 90 degrees before 600 meters. But we are making height. That's the important part. Okay, get ready. Going full on liquid fuel. Dropping the SRBs. Ooh, don't pull up like crazy now. I mean, if this was happening on jet engines, this is exactly how you'd want it to look. You know, it's just not, is the slight problem there. That's the gravity turn you need on Gilly. Kerbal says Headache 85. Indeed, the space program began again and continues now. It's another issue that the liquid fuel drains out of that stage so quickly, and this has just got fuel for years. I think we do want to pump fuel from this into that so that they will all drain together at once. Because we're going to be losing these guys shortly. No, we're going to be losing this guy shortly. That's what I mean to say. And thrust to weight is now down to 1.14. And we're just on the 2 liquid fuel. Still the most successful flight, I think, that we've had so far. We are losing speed at this point. We're also making height and getting into places where the atmosphere is not going to resist us so much. Our TWR will be coming up all the time because we're getting lighter all of the time, which means we will start making speed again, eventually. It's just, you know, we've burned an awful lot of liquid fuel oxidizer to be going 360 meters per second at 10 kilometers. But It's flying. Can't say it's not flying. Alright, F12. Yeah, those forces are all natural. Don't look at that. We don't even just need to see it. Alright, down to our last 150 meters per second of delta V in the tanks. And we topped 400. 400 meters per second. We're almost to orbit right now. Really, when you think about it. Okay, bye. So let's try SAS. SAS flight. What's the next bit? The next bit would be you throw the fairing away. We shouldn't even bother throwing the fairing away. We should throw the whole front piece off. When we throw it off. And then as soon as we get rid of that, we've got a lot more drag up front. Another thing that I should keep in mind is somewhere on this craft, I did put a drain valve. So if we want to see what this would be like trying to bring it back once it's at this speed, we could drain the vessel at a drain rate of low, and then yes, and then do a drain. What do you mean stopped? Why stopped? Why stopped? Why you no do it? Do it. Drain for the whole vessel. Do I have to like hold it? It won't let me hold it. What's going on with you? Can I not? In atmosphere? Oh, it's draining. Where electric charge is running out too. I mean, it's doing a little animation down there whenever I click it. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Again, the main body. Is it because tanks are locked? Ooh, yeah, maybe that was it. Yeah, probably. So I can't drain them if the tanks are locked. Okay. Okay, so we didn't get to see what that was going to do either, but that was even more successful. I don't know. At least it floats. Yeah, it does that pretty good. I'm not happy that it's not, like, flying the way that it was before. We built all this stuff around it. We're throwing off all of those pieces, so why can't I control the damn thing? That doesn't make me a happy boy. But I said we were going to have a live stream break, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to have a live stream break. You step away from it, you get a little bit of room, you know, a little bit of clarity of mind kind of thing. So we take 7 minutes, 7 to 8, maybe 9 sometimes. Never 10, though. We're never 10 minutes away. 7 minutes, we're going to take away. I'll play some music for you. You go get a drink, you get a snack, you get something, you come back here. We're close now. We're close. The next launch is going to be a launch that will be launched. And eventually, by the end of this live stream, we will have a flying craft. We will have something we can deliver to orbit, rather. Yeah. And then if it flies on the way back, that's a whole nother issue. 7 minutes. Pulling that out. Don't go anywhere. Hello, I am the Ronan Paul, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Paul live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Paul, your only source. We're in Kerbal Space Program, and we are on the verge of getting this massive 40-ton shuttle to actually go to orbit. I feel we're getting closer and closer, trying to figure out what is. Don't. That wasn't anybody's idea. It's not a thing that we did. That's not even a thing that we did. We're on the verge of getting this beautiful, too. Like, I love the look of it, craft, to actually go to orbit and have, you know, most of its Delta V that it was intended to have there. And the stepping away for a live stream break, I got a slew of ideas. A slew of ideas. Take care of the Flurgan? Oh no, he's not gone. He's here. I got a chair right next to me. I mean, yeah, 8 inches. 6 to 8 inches away from me for him to just sit and be a good little boy during the live stream, yeah. But a slew of ideas. First off, let's deal with, let's address the issue of this decoupling and going away like it should. By putting the fairing together in the stage where we blow it away and adding to our solution one single Sepratron that will pull it off in a direction. So one Sepratron on that side, in fact, nearer to the tip the better, and the more at a weird angle, not ankle. This isn't a foot fetish channel. Unless it's what you guys are into, in which case I will completely change what I do and what I'm about. Just like some people who we've seen on the YouTubes that are suddenly anti-vaxxers out of nowhere and seem to just this a year ago, 6 months ago, were saying the opposite, but now they're... My cat had some food, then went out in the pouring rain, so I think she had some urgent business to attend to. You got an indoor-outdoor cat? With flea collar and all that mess? Now that we just survived the fleas. I think we've beaten them. I think we've beaten the fleas. We brought in 3 kittens from outside, saved them from their mother. Their mother is now our porch cat. She hangs around. Not because of the kittens, but because we feed her. She's clearly a lot happier now that she doesn't have to worry about 3 kittens. But the kittens brought the fleas in, and we already had 2 indoor cats. That was the whole thing. But I think we beat them. It took about a month and a half, and I think we got them beat. And the other thing that we're going to do is build a thing at my basement landing. We don't want the cats to be able to go down to the basement anymore, as part of the keep them away from the fleas and the bugs and the things that could exist, that I really hope don't anymore. I think we got them. But so we're going to build a pair of walls and hang a door, and like the house is getting better. Everything's getting better. She has stuff we put on her neck for anti-flea and parasite. That stuff is great, man. These guys were itching like crazy. They had the stress in their eyes. You put that on the back, and just immediately they were just like, oh, thank you. I mean, it was right that moment. No exaggeration in the term immediately there. But okay, alright, okay. So that should separate this off in a way that makes a bit more sense. The other thing that we've seen that we want to do, well, first I'm going to unlock these fuel tanks, okay, because they're not going to be locked down. We're going to rely on the fuel priority for things. This is a -10, everything above here is a 10, so I believe the higher the number, the sooner that they get used, kind of a thing. This is a -10. These guys are burning as a 20. So actually, we kind of want them in the 10 group with the other, because what we're about to do is add some fuel ducting, which will be under fuel tanks and some fuel ducts, and we're going to suck the fuel. I want it all to empty at the same rate. So we're going to suck the fuel from the main ship out to this one. so that the tip of the ship and these are all going just straight on together the whole time. So that hopefully handles that. Now, the other thing that I came up with during the live stream break was that our most successful launch to date was accomplished by, number one, having these SRBs on the shorter decouplers. And we're going to go back to that, and then I'm going to just try and create a situation where we're standing these off even more from the top by maybe adding fuel, because we're going to be consuming it, adding some extra fuel here. Instead of this just being an empty part, why not put fuel in that and stand it off in a certain way? We'll see when I get there whether or not it is the ugliest thing we've ever seen, or just, nearly the ugliest thing we've ever seen. But step one, get these SRBs back onto the smaller decouplers. Step two is get those decouplers on an absolute snap down to wherever the other decouplers are. Well, they're at a completely different place. Alright, don't worry about that. That was never something that we needed to worry about. And pull you guys down a lot, apparently. I'm going to need some struts on those as well. But so the idea was that having these nearer to the body of the ship and these standing off more, we can get the center of thrust nearer to the center of mass. So right now it's showing like that, but the reason it's showing like that is because I got no thrust limiting. If I thrust limit both of these engines, we'll see that when the SRBs are running, we've got our center of thrust is a bit to the left of where the center of mass is. So I'm just looking for a way to stand these off more, and why not add some fuel was the thought. So if I pull you away and I get rid of this construction, well, I might be able to keep that. But let's go with, what would an FLT 800 look like? I've got you on there, and then this would have to pull forward, and then it ends up blocking our lights and everything. But, we can redesign this ship a bit, as is necessary. FLT 800, are you on both sides? You are, okay. And then, actually, if you just snap up to there, does that work? And then if I snap you on the absolute, it just gets worse. Cool. Just pull you back by eye. Okay, and then changing the look of that. Ooh. Hey. That's a firm maybe. But what we'd want to do... Oh, hi. How you doing? Went a little bit deeper than I wanted. Is grab this. Grab the octagonal strut that's holding it all together. In fact, now you can be... You don't need the octagonal strut because you will attach radially. So screw the octagonal strut. I attach you radially. Not to the wing, but to the ship. With a snap, without a snap. Something like that. Put you on there. And this will allow me to stand it off more than it was before. The cargo doors do need to be able to open, though. And we can limit them to how much they open. But they do still need to be able to give us full clearance. Looks like 50 will be appropriate and still give us full clearance. Okay, that's not quite there, but let's try with that. So 50 for the pair of you. And then if I grab you and drag you out, do you end up looking like you're attached to the ship or to the wing? To the wing. I want it attached to the ship. I want it to be merged to the ship. Definitely. So what would the angle have to be? That's not great. But it is livable withable. Just means we gotta be that much more careful when we're unloading stuff. And it is still most of the room to exit there. Go with it for now. Go with it for now. We're building in a pretty confined area. But that allows me to... Well, if you pull it up anymore, then you're losing. So let's just, from there, attach our SRBs straight up and down so that they're as tall off of the ship as they could be. Except for you leave these feet hanging out. And even though I want them to be as tall as they can be, they can't not attach to the thing that they're attached to. Kerbal Space Program. Just a little tip for the second game as it comes out. What if the parts attached as though they were meant to attach to one another? Okay. So that gets our center of thrust that much closer to the center of mass, hopefully. And then we were scraping every millimeter that we could get out of this when we did it last time, so we're going to continue with that. Just getting you guys nice and tight in there. Looks like you kind of need to get away from each other just a little bit. I can do that from here. Okay. Does that give me more room to embed? Yeah, a little. Sure. Yes. Okay. And then we're looking for you guys to line up reasonably well. You're already dropped down on that. You're already dropped down on that, are you? I'm gonna put you down more, and then I suppose pull this up more. You definitely need to pull away from the ship when you're thrown off. And we're throwing this stuff away. Pull you up to there. And things have more or less the same height. And I think that's one that we want to test. And I don't think this is going to be it yet, but I think we're getting real close at this point. Oh, hello, Acute Shark. You've filled chat. And then watch the other days. I have no idea what you're doing. There's a shuttle underneath all of this mess is what we're doing. We're trying to push it to space. It's a 40-ton shuttle. With what is probably now 3,000 Delta V. All of its own, but we do have to push it to space. Now, we've just added some serious liquid fuel weight, but the TWR is still looking fine. There, no, sea level 1.16. Well, we are running the liquid fuel engine alongside of it, and that's going to be this guy in particular. So, because he pulls our center of thrust a little bit closer to where we want it. Doesn't he? Does he not? You guys pull it more to where we want it. So apparently we'll be running those now. But they're not going to be on that much. Go ahead and put everything up to full. And just make sure when you're out on the pad that you drag these into that. You know, 900 meters per second. We need a fifth SRB at this point. But in increments. So the other thing though is that this is -10 flow priority. And that's a no to you. I want you to be a 10 priority. And then my question is, do you get to the places? And you do. So, that fuel should be drained as we're going up, is what we're looking at there. Hopefully. And let's just see where we are with that. Let's put it out on the pad and see what happens when we try and fly it. So, save it. And check the staging one more time. SRB is all firing together, and then we're dropping those two. What? Okay, well, the launch clamps want to let go with the SRBs would be a good idea. And then we're dropping those two. Where's the other two? Up here? Yeah, that's that good. Thank you, Kerbal, for that one. So these will be thrown away as we clock up that engine as well. These will end up firing with this. I'll just put them in there for now. And then this breaks off and pulls the liquid fuel away when we're done with that. Honestly, at the same time, we could throw that off, but I'll keep it as two separate stages. Okay, that's some plausible staging to go along with the shuttle. And hopefully this one gets further than the last, anyway. Further than anything we've seen. Juan doesn't like feet hanging out. What? I never wear shoes. Because my feet get too hot. Okay, yeah, I think we did need some extra struts because I moved things around and we don't have them. I'm sure that'll be fine. SAS throttle 2. Throttle to some. I'm going to go for about a quarter. And Houston, a countdown.
Okay, wow, we're still doing this, huh? Alright, in 3, 2, 1, fire!
Okay, and let's pull that up. See what our TWR is. 1.3 off the pad, very good. And we're going up. We're going up. We're going very up, and I haven't touched anything, and we're banking down toward the 90, and now we're kind of being pulled in the opposite direction because of that. I'm going to follow prograde, is what I want you to do there. If I would have done that earlier, we wouldn't be yanking the prograde down right now. But so far, hands off the controls. We're turning over a bit too fast for my liking. I'm going to try and stability assist. If it starts to flip, then it's still okay. Pitch is getting up to near maximum, though, now. Yep. Come on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to increase the throttle so we have more vectoring authority. Yep. And that allowed us to pull back on the pitch a little bit, you can see. Out of solid fuel, going liquid full. Following prograde. Got us to like 11K, 10 point something, maybe 11K there. Did consume a lot of liquid fuel, obviously. What is being consumed right now in terms of fuel? You guys haven't been touched yet. You're being drained, and you're being drained. Yes, good, good, good. All of the things are good. Okay, don't continue following prograde. If you can. You know what? Continue following prograde. Much rather you do that, but I mean at 28 we should be able to, we're in almost no atmosphere, but man, she's trying to run away on me still. 30K. What's our APWAPS looking like? Oh my god, we're gonna make space on this one. We're gonna make space on this one, people. Whoa, oh, watch the ball. We get a lot to watch, but watch the ball too. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Whoop, whoop, just follow prograde. Oh, wow, the APWAPS went. I just blew it way the hell out. Derp. How much of this fuel have we consumed? Nothing there, nothing there? Wow. Wow, people. I did not expect it to actually have a chance here, and it had a chance, and it did the thing. Excellent. we're going to space, and I wasted a whole bunch of delta V. Now, we don't have the kind of speed that we might like to have. Periapsis is still negative 400 kilometers embedded into the planet, but massively successful as far as I'm concerned. At this point, we're in space, so I'm going to hit spacebar one more time. Nope, that's not what you wanted to do, Pawn. That was not... You needed those. You definitely, that's liquid fuel you want. What I expected to happen was this. And also, that was supposed to fire at some point. Did that Separatron fire at some point because it was in the wrong stage? Well, it's all fine. It's all exactly as I wanted it to happen. And now that we're up here with a full load, the SAS is not sufficient. We want another SAS module on here. A big son of a bitch. How does she look? Let's turn on some lights. Two? Two? Is that you? Alright, that's not the light. One? Oh, one opens the bay. Okay, yep. Three. You got some blue light being cast onto the wings. That's cute. Close that back up. Two, turn these off. You're supposed to turn those off. Two doesn't turn those off. So there's some problems, sure. Get on stability assist, because we're coming up on our apoaps now. The shuttle's gonna make it. It should, anyway. You got 3,000 meters per second of delta V. It's just we're supposed to be, like, up here with that 3,000. Burn now. Okay, pull up a bit, because the apoaps is running away from me. Yep, leave it right about there. The apoaps will fall behind, but it will come back from about there. How do we look? We look pretty freaking cool is how we look. Yep, see the apoaps coming back on us. Periapsis coming up now. About to turn that critical point. Periapsis about to break free from the other side of the planet. Whoa, 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 with your woes. And we are in orbit of Kerbal with 2,200 meters per second of delta V in this giant, sexy shuttle that needs still a fair bit of work. But we did it. We made it to orbit. You can show us as though we're over the planet. Go ahead and follow your orbital prograde if you can and watch how long it takes to get there with the SAS. So I threw some stages off that we kind of wanted on the way up. My bad. It'll happen. I mean, it was Jeb. Jeb and the game developers are really who's to blame here. When you get right down to it, it's always their fault. Get on your prograde. Alright, so let's test some features of the ship. Starting with, let's see, comms. Okay, antenna deployed.
Yeah.
Solar panel generation. Little magnets with the gift sub bomb. Tier 2 subs, nonetheless. 6 tier 2 subs. Thank you so much, Little Magnets, and welcome to the Big Dick Club, Linux Guru Gamer. You know how long I've wanted to say that, LG? And Clock District, and Bueller 556, and a guy called By, and Ereboros, and EPB 7304. This one's on Little Magnets. Tier 2, nonetheless. Tier 2. Which it turns out Twitch takes a slightly larger cut of, even though everything says 50-50. I'm looking into something. There might be a video coming out about Twitch. Thank you so much, Little Magnets. It's the day of Thanksgiving, and I give them to you. All of you who came and watched and helped me get this damn shuttle to damning space, damn it. So we've got full deployment on all of our thingses right now. At this point, like, what is there to test except for we know the SAS is insufficient. We want more SAS. Either that or we do want to give... We can test our RCS systems. We might want to give our RCS the ability to do things like rotation and whatnot to assist us. Let's try... Yep. So we've got that. And if I turned SAS off, just to see how off we are in this, what kind of rotation do we get? So we're getting rotated a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right. Yeah, totally fine. Not bad. SAS back on, follow prograde. We've also got H. And it's not insignificant how much it's pushing on our periapsis, considering we're this tight in orbit of Kerbal and have this much gravity to contend as we're doing that. That's pretty good. And then, of course, N as well. Can slow that back down. Yeah. And then we've got the Ansel dorsals, which would be... Let's turn SAS off there and see what kind of rotation we end up with pushing from the places. There's one of them that's embedded underneath this. It'll have to be redesigned a little bit because of, you know, if that's going to actually be there. And we've got a little bit of forward rotation, which would mean that these would need to come forward a bit more. And we can actually see where they're... Yeah, they should if they want to be in line with those. Let me just try and figure this out again. When we were going left, we started rotating left, which would mean what? Merely that I've got this one further out and that one tighter, and so as they blow, there's more, or no. If we're turning left, then that would mean this one needs to come back. This one comes back, this one goes out more. Yeah. And it's very subtle. It's definitely everything exists where SAS can compensate for it even before we put more SAS on it, which we're going to. We don't rotate with any of this. We weren't supposed to, but it is doing that thing. Why are you doing that thing? You just right-click on you, show actuation toggles. Well, this one didn't get set. Where's the other one? That one got set, but these didn't, so there's another little touch, wherever that is, I don't care. RCS off, back to prograde. You seen the some more news Thanksgiving video, Pawn? Asked a cute shark. I haven't. I've been putting it off. I love Cody. I love the Cody Shody. I love some more news on a philosophical level, on an intellectual level, on a learning and knowing that people are out there. He's doing the good work and he's sharing, you know. But, my God, even with the comedy formatting of that show, it's still just, like, oppressively makes you fucking depressed for reality, you know. I feel like Cody and some more news and their staff, they get deeper into the reality of things than like John Oliver does, and because they do, it's darker and it's just hard to consume, and yeah. So with the Thanksgiving thing, I just, you know, I presumed that it was going to be a why Thanksgiving is a fucked up thing to celebrate and all of that. And it's like, yeah, I'm very well aware. Thank you very much. I think I could skip this one or at least put it off for a while. It's hard to watch. And I love it. I appreciate it. But it is hard to watch. And I know that, like, you can see from Cody, too, that he is tried and is still trying to figure out how to balance that, you know, bringing in friggin' puppets and and doing the big, like, time traveling and all those things. I like that. That helps. That helps a lot. But, he gets so deep into it and the topics are so real and hard and dark, and you want to do some comedy to lighten it, and if you go too comedic, then it feels inappropriate, and it's... I mean, I've never felt like anything he's done has been inappropriate. I recognize the challenges of trying to make it swallowable, and it's not there yet. It still tastes mostly like medicine. Just hearing some of the shit about Thanksgiving is fucked up. Yeah, everything is. But so there's all the tests. The RCS is like, I think that's everything we could possibly test in the ship except bringing it home, which we could do with the periapps. Well, we'll drop the periapps. You go ahead and start getting to your retrograde. I'll turn the RCS off. I'll let you use some of it to get it started anyway. But we're going to drain the ship of most of its fuel. Maybe just save a little for the descent. You guys drained out completely. That's great. That's as intended. But yeah, get on your retrograde here. And I'm not going to wait for being in the right place. We're just going to pull that down and let's descend with an idea of the usual like 33 kilometers on the periapsis and see what it works. It's been a while since I brought down something that was in the way of a space plane. But so we'll do that. And now that we've got that all taken care of, let's dump most of the fuel. If not all of it. Yeah, in fact, I could do something like... What could you do? I could pull you guys open, and then I could pull this up and say, fill those guys evenly. Much as you can. That's going to take all of the fuel in there. Really? 1,125 of what was left? It's taking a lot of it. It's more than I really want. I was just thinking we could transfer it to a smaller storage and then drain it, and then we could hang on to some of it. But I think F it, actually, is what we're going to do. Yeah, maybe I'll even reverse that, just so that it's, nope, what are you doing? Well, I'm pressing the wrong buttons. You, and you, and go ahead and suck everything that's in there back in, if you don't mind. Can I fizz warp through this and make it happen faster? You can. Oh, that's convenient. Alright. So from there, I'm going to hold this up while we drain the fuel, and I'm going to try and keep some of it. So drain rate of... let's say something less than 10%, drain liquid fuel and oxidizer, and for the whole vessel, drain. Okay, yeah, that's creating a lot of... Wow. That creates a lot of... We could go to Minmus on this amount of velocity we get from draining the craft. The SAS can't even resist it. Good God. That's a lot. I'm not still warping, am I? Alright, let's save like 50 liquid fuel in each tank. Because there's 2 tanks here that still had something. So that gives us 215 meters per second in delta V. And we'll just fizz warp. And then, yeah, get back on your retrograde. Corn Dog Must Die, welcome to the Big Dick Club. Thank you so much for the subscription. Your first month as a Big Dick Club member, you will be receiving 3 inches in the mail to do with as you please. Add it to what you've got already. If you've got nothing, you can put something down there. If you don't feel like putting it on you, you can use it for other purposes. There's 1,000,001 things you can do with a dick. For example, none of them am I allowed to say on Twitch, but a lot of different things. So yeah, maybe we want the fuel draining thing dead on the center of mass. Another little test thing that we wanted to test there. Also, Pawn, On your retrograde is not what you want to do. You're about to hit atmosphere. What you want is, well, there's two ways to go about it. I'm gonna try this way, which is to stand up with our wings at the bottom. No, I think we want to do it the other way. Well, it's too late. You've already picked one, and we're about to hit atmo. So we stand up. We're in atmosphere right now. Not much of it, but a little bit. And we're just going to stand up perfectly dead into the wind. Oops. We can actually use RCS for this, can't we? Yeah, that'd be reasonable. Use the RCS up as well. I'm just trying to... Yeah, it doesn't want to respond to me. Are we out of electric charge? We're out of electric charge. Burn the engine to create some electric charge so that the SAS can function. So maybe we do need a battery on this thing. Am I facing my prograde? Should be, more or less. Give me some F12 on the Aero Forces. And I'm just gonna run that engine just enough to try and to like keep the electric charge handled. Periaps is falling more and more as time goes on, but the electric charge is steady with just this little trickle. And I've got the engine running right now. I'm waiting to see some Aero Forces, but we are high at 64 kilometers. Let's go ahead and fizz warp. Try and get further down. Oh, the things that are supposed to happen here, Pawn? Yes, you were supposed to bring in your comms and everything. Batten the hatches for re-entry, you silly. Periaps is deep in the planet now. That little burning of the engine, though, seems to be just keeping us in the app for a very long time. I can now turn it down a touch. Oh, just trying to, yep. Oh, well, go down to... There we go. That's... Is it nothing? Or am I burning it just a touch? You are consuming all that delta V that you were going to need. Well, I wasn't going to need it. I was just hoping for it. Okay, 62. Let's go back up to 2 times fizz, maybe even 3. Yeah. It's not going to be with us for long. And then how am I going to fly the craft without electric charge? Well, I'm going to have to turn SAS off. Yeah, it's just not going to work out on this flight. So we learned another thing about this guy. Also, it's nighttime, and we don't have much electric charge, so do the important thing and turn on the lights. No. Oh, I was going backwards. I wasn't looking in the right direction anyway. That's probably not good. Spin us around if we can. Yeah, and there's all my electric charge gone now. But I do have RCS. Definitely not the way we intended to come down. Apparently I can control the monoprop systems even without any electricity to command them. And yep, it's kind of backing into the atmosphere. Definitely not as we intended to. Some of these, yep, some of those wheels that suck are not liking the heat. Not loving it. Okay, down to 1 times fizz warp here. I'm gonna deploy our drogues. See if they can help me flip the ship over. We've got RCS and we've got the fins working for us. Come on, baby. Didn't want to be going straight down. Okay. Yeah, getting into a roll. Okay, I've just released the controls on all of the fins to be able to be used for any and everything that I could possibly need them for. We're at 7 kilometers, and I really need to get this thing under control. I feel like I should drop the drogues. I've cut the drogues. And we are just flying. We are just flying. So, let's get back down to this. I'm gonna get us a pitch that works. Trim us up. RCS off. We are now just a physical mechanical plane. No electricity. You're on a roll, mate. Thank you, Intense Whooshing. In the most literal sense. Indeed. Down to 3 kilometers. And we did manage to get her under control. Came down in entirely the wrong direction. Don't need those aerodynamic forces anymore. Let's go to a chase cam for flight. And we just want to set this thing down in the ocean. It was intended to come down in an ocean. The wheels were kind of in the event of absolute need, I guess you could try and do something with these. But it is a bit concerning that the ship wanted to come backwards, which makes me think maybe we need to control the center of mass with, like, fuel transfer. I don't know. Adjustments still need to be made, ostensibly. But I'm going to go ahead and dive us down here just to get her done quicker. Got a very nice, like for a giant shuttle like this, it's a pleasure. Pleasure to fly. Trimming it up a bit more. Okay, 24 meters above. 18, 15 meters. Pulling up hard. Just want to slow this down as much as we can. Before we do that. And the whale is in the ocean. I repeat, the whale is in the ocean. What's the view like in there, Jeb? We've still got a lot of forward velocity for some reason. Waves are just carrying us now. Yo ho ho and other things. What is it? Have another drink, boys, oh, have one with me. We're home from the sea, yes, we're back on the shore. And if you get too drunk, boys, in his company, you're orange porana rorio more. Oh, that looks so good. Alright. We proved it. It needs a million little tweaks to it, but we proved that we can get it to space and we can bring it home. And I did a whole bunch of things wrong, and we still managed to, bring Jeb back alive from that one. Now, if I recover that craft, then we'll have paid for it. For that test flight. And I guess we should. It's career mode. I've done a lot of reverting in testing. We got one that went to space. Let's pay for what we paid for. And we brought most of the craft back, right? It was just solid fuel and liquid fuel boosters that went off, so what do we get back? And how much did it cost to build it are the things. Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum. Yes. Yo ho. I don't even know what the like musicalness of that is. You know, what's it supposed to sound like? We only got 10,000 funds back from parts. We brought back the whole, but everything came back. Like that landing leg was apparently worth 30,000 or something like that. What did it cost to send that up if we got back 11 grand on our giant shuttle? Just 65K. So it's 55 to launch. Hey, I just gotta. This is Elon. I gotta. I'm like Elon now. You know. Oh, 50K. That's nothing. I guess. Yeah, so like 1,000,000,001 little tweaks. Number one, like in the staging, because I ended up throwing these away when I wanted to throw that away. So the tip, this part, needs to be thrown off in staging before that is thrown off in staging, because that's just empty dead weight. Was there still fuel in here when I was getting ready to throw it off? I'm sure I checked it, right? And it was dry. Which is weird, because they're all in the... Oh, your flow priority is now 20, is it? Okay. I mean, that's fine. If that's how it was, then that makes sense of it, and it's working. You're a 0 flow priority now, are you? And then you are a 10. So this drains first, and then these, and then those. Okay. Is that how I want that? Seemed to work this last flight, so yeah, that part of things was okay. Separation in stage 3 instead of the nose cone stage. When I switch over to throwing off the SRBs, they'd have to be empty. This contains fuel. This contains a lot of fuel. So that would have to be empty for me to throw it off. We're only burning the liquid fuel a little bit along with the SRBs, as much as we find that we need. So I just don't have confidence that it would be empty and completely dry to be thrown away. Separation to push it away was in the wrong stage. Oh, right. Yes, the Sepratron. Where are you? You're there, and you needed to be in here. One of the 1,000,001 things. Thank you for reminding me. So the Sepratron needed to fire when that goes away, and that would go away first, and then we'd be dropping those off. I remember action group-wise, the toggle for these didn't actually do it, because they're set to turn light on, not toggle light. There we go. What else? Was there something else with action groups? Perhaps. The drogues are doing virtually nothing, is what I would say. And could just not be there at all. Or we replace them with parachutes. And then we have to get down to that speed, but that's not a problem for us. I think we just don't need them. The drogues just ain't doing shit for me. And once the craft is empty and coming back dry, it's not a problem. what else? So design-wise is another thing. Because these are just, you know, we threw them on there in order to get to the point where this kind of works. Kind of half works. Oh, right. RCS. RCS was one of the things. And we found out that when these were turning left. Yeah, the wings were turning left when we were firing. If I was firing to the left, then we were turning to the left, which means that this one is too far forward. So we drag it back a little bit. Yeah. Just put you more on line where he is. And maybe even a little bit further in. And then out. Maybe not so much. Maybe just in increments, you know. And this doesn't have to be perfect. And then, except for it does, in terms of the aesthetic. I need that widow's peak of the parts meshing into each other to look the way that I want it to. And then this one was too far. That one pulled out, and then this one was supposed to go out further, I believe, was the thing. This pulls back and that goes out, yeah? So I'll push you out to like there. We've got a light somewhere in here that's dead to the world because it's behind this. So let's put that light on you instead. That's 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. No, you need to be a lot further forward. You're like there. Okay. You're not on both sides, though, because I didn't drag you. Now you are. Let me just make it so you're not... Either you're halfway into that ribbing, or you're not touching that ribbing. We'll go halfway into the ribbing. Yeah. Please, love of Satan, make the shuttle not look so fugly. It's a shuttle. What do you want? It's the penguin. Battery power too. Thank you, Germasian. Never looked at, let's see, separation put away. Never looked at center of mass, center of lift after you put the black tanks on the wings. It flew well enough. If anything, the fact that we ended up coming down backwards seems like an issue, but that's also something that might be, you know, once you get going backwards, you stuck going backwards, but if we were going forwards, the, you know, drag that we're capable of back here should be able to keep us going forwards is a premise. I don't know if it's true or not, but yeah, that's definitely a thing. Don't necessarily love the position of these even. One of the issues was, like, I was thinking, like, let's make it so that it doesn't come through the other side at all, which I do prefer. I definitely prefer that. But then, again, we're back to the cargo doors opening and banging into them. And we lose more space because they're even further out now. And the bay door goes from 41 to, why even have a bay door there? Might just say we live with that. I hate to have to live with that, but I don't really want these. In fact, they're still penetrating by a touch. Don't really want them coming out the other end. You're pulling on the wrong thing now, Pawn. And that will move these out even more and make things maybe even slightly better or something. Have you unlocked RTGs yet? For generation, I probably wouldn't want to put them on there, but I don't think so. I just feel like that's not the kind of radioactive isotope to create electricity on board in a very small package. Seems like the kind of thing, maybe, you know, for probes or really big ships that have an engine room that's somewhere else entirely. I suppose we could tuck an RTG back here or something, but more battery power was definitely a thing for us. We've already got 200 on board. That would just give us another 200, so a battery of some size. We'd have 2 of them on there, or we just put them in the bay. And I'll put it at the rear of the bay. Put you up. Pull you off. You go there. You go there. And then probably up front then, SAS, because that was another thing that we wanted. That's a sizable fellow. Maybe the other way around, because we'll have the SAS torque from that end, and then the SAS torque from this end. Seems like a thought. So, electricity up there with the U. And then SAS in the rear with U. That's not bad. SAS is for noobs, get the job done like a real... Well, we didn't have much of it on the last flight, so... Also, we did have the RCS. RCS, we had a lot of it. I used a ton of it coming down. We still had like 40 or 50 or something like that, so I'm thinking let's lose some of the weight of the excess and have... These are 20 each, so that's 40, 80... and then 90 with what could be up there that we took out before. Let's put that back in, which means we're getting a little bit of delta V back from losing one of those balls, which helps to make up for what's going on there. I'm going to save this. It'll still be the Mark II. Save it as the Mark II, and we'll have to look at other things and whatnot. But now that I got it saved as the Mark II, I'd like to be able to see what the shuttle is alone, without all of the things that get it up. What is your state, visually and otherwise now? Center of mass. What was I said something about putting something just dead on the center of mass instead. Oh, the fuel. Now, my question is, will this fuel thing work if it's not directly on the tank? Because we've seen in the past that the answer can be no. I'll put you there. Absolute snap. Nope. Push back in. That's pretty close to top dead center. And then the question is, can you actually do anything? If I do fuel delivery, it suggests that it can get there. But then we've tested it before and found out, yeah, not so much. There are 2 variant styles? Are you kidding me? Alright, we'll make it metal. It's got warning stripes. Let's set the drain rate down to like a hard 5% instead. Are there warning stripes? There are. There are warning stripes. There they are. And then if I change it to metal, that's just nothing. Put the warning stripes out there. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. Okay. But any changes that I just made are really changes that I just want to control Z back to where we were, so they're going to get lost, and then I make them again. But how it looks right here, right now... Was there anything else? Was there something else that somebody else can remember? Center of mass with the craft full of LFO. And we are so, like, centrally balanced here. Once everything's gone, so let's put it so that from our camera angle, the center of mass, the line of it lines up with just that top thing, and then I put the fuel back into it. And it's up there instead of down here, so it shifts just that much over time. Center mass dry was too far back. It was just a little bit down here. I don't see that there's a lot to be done about that. I can specifically choose to keep what fuel we have left on the ship after everything, transfer what we're going to keep up here if we wanted to put more of the weight toward the tip, if we've got any fuel to return with. And I do have to wonder if we would have turned down and got our face into the drag in the first place, if we would have stayed with our face into the drag, or if the ship would have wanted to topple backwards during re-entry, you know? Would it have held itself because of all of the other things that are going on? What mission are you doing, Like the mission of building a shuttle. That was gonna go, I think it's something with satellites, and just like drop a satellite or two off, and then maybe we're missing. I can't even remember what I wanted to make a shuttle. I think it started with I wanted to make Valentina her ship, because I made Bill his engineer's ship. I was like, let's make her a space plane. And I was like, but it would be more useful if we had a shuttle. And then I realized, I don't like this as Valentina's plane, or, you know, Valentina's ship, but we do need a shuttle. Or wouldn't it be neat to make a shuttle? So we kept doing it. That's how we got here. Fuggliest shuttle ever. What do you mean? It gives you a real good view from the cockpit. It's really nice. Let's put all of the things back. Let's just Control Z for years. Why are we... I didn't make that many changes. Apparently they were all with that. Okay, yeah, back. I think that's all back together there. I'll throw out all the stuff that I peeled off before. And then the thing that we need to do is replace that fuel line, that fuel duct, which is you. I'm going to come off of here. And, shoot, I don't know where that center of mass was. Yes, you actually do, because it was between here and here. And so you want it more or less just underneath these two lines. Like tucked right in there. Get a little bit closer, please. Thank you. With a snap. So there. And we'll intentionally draw it out so we can actually see its styling. Give it those warning stripes, because it's definitely very dangerous. And that's all. Which cat is co-pilot? Bags, yes. Bags indeed. So Shuttle Mark II, saving again, checking our staging now. We're burning those guys alongside the 4 SRBs. We drop that, and then we drop the SRBs and we fire up the liquid engine, the skippery boy. And then when we have our APWAPs in space, we're throwing all of that off all at once. And then you guys are in the wrong place. You need to break off when we throw the liquid fuel away. No, that's right, because this happens and we still need the liquid fuel there, and then that's the last thing that happens. Yes. Okay. Pawn rarely makes an appearance. Pause rarely? Yes, he does. He does rarely make an appearance. He does rarely? Yeah, you heard me. So that might be it. I want to take her up for another one, another flight, and see if we got pretty much everything that needed to be tweaked there, and also see about that return. Yeah, and then we'll call that a day. So save it, and Jeb's no doubt still in the cockpit. Put it out on the pad. I would love to not hold it by the launch clamps at all. Oh, that was another thing that we could do that we didn't need last time, but the struts. Because I was looking at that and being like, oh, those are going to be a bit wobbly. And they were a bit wobbly, but it didn't break anything or anything. Oh yeah, radial and symmetry. Are you going to actually work in some way for me on this one? Did that to there. No. Oh, well, I wasn't in two-part mode. With the... Thank you. Let's do that. And then, nope, you're going off in a completely different direction. We did it before. I was just checking to see. So from wherever it is that I've just put that to over here. And then in an attempt to recreate it to some extent. There. I can't actually see the other side. The whole ship is off a bit to the right of the middle of the room. It's making it hard for me to get the camera angles I need to do anything. Which is a good argument for just not ever doing anything. It flew fine. Things didn't jiggle too much. It really was fine. So let's stick with it being fine. No, you just take the time to do the thing. So, center of the room. Center of the room. I try and be so careful about that because I know once it gets out of whack, it's really a pain in the ass to deal with. That should give me the angles I need. Now, from you, in fact, we'll take it from a place where I can definitely maybe reproduce it. You're there. Definitely maybe. And then, I don't know, maybe it's supposed to be there. To here. So it looks similar-ish. And then we'll do the same thing at the top of these guys. Can I do this radially? No, I guess the ship's just rotated in a different way. You to you. From you to you. And you guys have already got struts. Alright, let's take her up one more time. Put her out on the bed and send Jeb along and see if this one can go a little bit better. I threw away, we don't even know what like our Delta V capability is on this thing because I threw away all of our fuel because I had the staging wrong, upside down, backwards. Hover over the capsule, lift the mouse up, click and scroll. Works without ever adjusting the side-to-side position. Just like holding shift, like that's how I always used to do it. But the thing is, like if you move the mouse at all, then the ship drags with it, which is why I started doing shift click. What was it? To translation tool, shift click, and then dragging on the translation tool, and it still got out of whack on me. All this time I've been avoiding it. I've been trying to. That's why you lift the mouse off the pad. Yeah, it sounds like what you should do instead is press 2, hold shift click on it, then there's no possibility of it moving. Can't move if it's in the air. So we're going to throttle a little bit to burn alongside the SRBs as they fire. And that's really all that I think I need to consider here. Right, Houston?
I don't know. In 3, 2, 1, fire!
Okay. 1.27 was the immediate. Oh, we are turning over way too fast this time for some reason. For some reason, way too fast. I'm resisting it hard as I can. I think I need more liquid fuel for more vectoring authority. Yeah, that seems to have worked it out. So we're looking at just a little bit under half on the liquid fuel throttle. And I'm pulling it back over time. Nope, 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 nope. Ooh, she's tougher to fly this time. Little adjustments, and here we are. Uh-huh. Okay, nope, yeah. This is good. It's just, it actually takes a pilot to fly this one. Uh-huh. Good. Going full on the liquid fuel. Dropping those stages. Follow your prograde. Try and get you flat here. Keep burning. And I'm gonna try and pull you back to the 90 if I can. Just ease you in that direction. Okay. Watch our app-waps this time. 17 kilometers on the ball. 17 kilometers above, and I'm working hard on the ball to try and pull us where we need to be. I'm going to stability assist. I'm not going to stability assist. We're going to hold prograde, and I will keep pulling against your attempt to go with prograde. She's got an angle, and she's just going to be going off at that angle this time. Uh-huh. Nope. Why do you keep pulling in that direction? App-waps at 36 kilometers, 37 now. This isn't bad. Oh, we're just spinning. We're just losing it. Why did that happen? Why did that happen? Oh, 5 on all of my control authority. Prograde. We are spinning. Why are we spinning? What kind of ridiculous imbalance are we dealing with here? Yeah, this is not ideal. What the hell? What the hell? Using RCS now as well, monoprop, if it's able to help us at all. Oh, that reminds me of another thing that we meant to do, which was fix it so that the monoprop wouldn't give us lift and things. What just changed? Ah, we ran out of fuel for that tank. How would we get to that point? Like, you should be burning from there then on that engine. Okay, kill the engines. Like, are you... Damn it. There we go. You're firing. It's just hard to see. Alright. What the hell? That looks like one of my flights. It was working so well last time. And then this time it's not so much. Did make an adjustment to these liquid fuel tanks. Made them higher. Fuel ducting. The fuel ducting is there and should be working fine. We just drained all of the fuel out of that stage and out of that stage, so we're on to the, you know, craft's own fuel at that point. Let's hit the button, throw that off. It went off the way it's supposed to, and then you'd drop those, and then you'd carry on. That's so weird. That is so weird. Bueller 556. Thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Damn it. We had like this subtle, perfect little thing going on. I made just a little bit of tweaks. It's like something was put on without symmetry. Some subtle little tweaks, and now it's all shit. It's all broken. It doesn't work anymore. That center of mass again, and give me the center of thrust. And then pull the thrust limiting down. Because our first problem was that the SRBs weren't doing their SRB-y thing. Are you guys still deeply embedded over here? Yeah, you're as close as you could be before I start feeling stupid with what I'm doing. Fuel line on one tank only. Oh, good. Brilliant. Was that always that way, though? I didn't adjust the fuel lines again. I'm always suspect of Kerbal with this kind of thing. Because I didn't do that. We're doing this mirror mode, two side. And go from here to straight out. And you just decided not to. Oh, well, it's going to be the mirror mode issue that we've been having where the ship's on the wrong angle and so it won't do it. If I just spun the ship. So, again, using this method, we'll go rotate, we hold shift, click on it once, come up here, and then rotate. So if I rotate, does that help with your fucking mirror mode nonsense? You damn game, you? Give me a new fuel line, which would be under the fuel pawn. There. And by the way, mass, like I always want. Like I have always wanted. Like you sometimes give me. Nope, still doesn't give a fuck. Great. Wait, no, that wasn't... It didn't have the symmetry, didn't have the mode. Do it. For fuck's sake. Yeah, now it works. But it needs to be lower. There you go. But no, I'm doing it in the wrong direction. God damn me. Am I doing it in the wrong direction? No, that is the right direction, isn't it? We want the fuel to come out from the top to here so that it all sort of drains together. Seems about right, if I recall. Okay, so fuel tank, that would have been, that threw our weight off, which is why we were spinning. But when the SRBs were going, we turned over a lot faster and a lot more violently as well, which was not cool. I also had to run... We were running these engines too, so these would have been the engines that were problematic for that. But they wouldn't have been imbalanced for for a minute. It didn't feel like they were that imbalanced for a while. No, I meant the whole thing. I meant the whole thing. Yep. Why are there 3 balls on here? I reduced us to 2 balls, if you'll recall, sir. 2 balls only, please. You're good. Strutting's okay. So let's look very carefully at the center of lift to the center of mass. Ones that stand off like that, and this is over here, and the center of mass is over there. And now we're upside down. I think Is this the way that I meant for it to go up, was upside down? Perhaps. Oh, well, it could be entirely wrong. Yeah, it is entirely wrong. See, that's very, very close, and then when we put a little bit of you guys in, it actually is pulling it further off. And then when I add you in, it pulls it more to the right. I'm just not sure which engines what engine I should be burning here. It's looking pretty damn center on its own. All on its own. I think I'm going to put all the engines together, which gives me this. No. Do I want to leave the Bobcat out of it? The Bobcats? Put you up there, put you down there, and we'll just see again. Remember to save the craft changes. Saved. And put you out on the pad, you know? At this point, you just start shoving it out there and don't think about everything too much. It's okay to use all engines because the liquids have gimbals to correct torque. Yep, I'd just like to preserve as much of our, you know, delta V and liquid fuel. If we don't have to burn them. And they were really pulling it off center in the way that I was looking at it anyway. We'll see. SAS on, throttle to, you know, a bit. Maybe even just what we usually do. Houston.
In 3, 2, 1, fire!
And we're immediately going in entirely the wrong direction because of using that engine. Alright, I don't need to see it explode again. Not on something that's that stupid. So let's put it over to the other engines. And see where we stand after that. Back the way that you were before. Feel like I'm going a bit crazy here. And really? You're upside... Give me this. Spin the whole damn thing around like that. And launch it as such. And save and launch. Just try and throw it back out, and then try it and throw it back out until we get back to where we were, because we've already put the effort in. It's just a matter of getting back to what already works. Any fucking time, any fucking day. Learn to swim, see you down in Arizona Bay. Houston, I'm just gonna go. Okay. We turn over a little bit quick there. But then I can throttle down. Throttle back, up. How much do I need to hold us? About a third? About a third, and me just holding it down full force. You know, like RCS wouldn't do it. And then as we gain speed, I can throttle down. That's what I'm doing as we go, because we just don't end up needing it once we've got speed and directionality. We can turn down the ball a little bit now. Give me a little bit more engine. Prograde full. Drop those. Boy, it would be super cool if I made sure that those pull away a little bit better, because they come off real tight. Wow, that looks cool. Now that I get a chance to actually like see it, you know, as it's flying, that looks friggin' cool. You know, before we chop off the head of it and turn it into the space penguin shuttle thing, it looks pretty cool. Before we do all of the things that make it look not as cool. Up here, that fuel's all being drained through. Down here, you're not even being pulled from. Okay, so the fuel priorities got a little bit mixed up. They were supposed to be in the same category, but the game keeps changing it on me. They're now draining together after we're completely empty up there. I guess that's alright. App-Waps is at 40K. These engines sound a bit all glory to the Hypnoto. They do, don't they? App-Waps is up to 50K now, speed of 1,300 meters per second at 38 kilometers above the surface of Kerbal. We are going. And she's just turning over on her own, like very nicely. I haven't touched much here. Apoapsis is maybe I will take over stability assist and put us more flat on the horizon to try and keep this burn going a bit longer. And we'll just push the app out to a 73, 74. I'll go to 75 with this because it's such a big ship. Then we will follow our prograde. Boy, that extra SAS we put on. It is in there, isn't it? Yeah. might be relying on RCS mainly for this. Still, not draining from... You are draining from in here. Yeah, you fucked up all my fuel priorities. Your fuel priority is 0. This is -10. Why are you draining from there while you're burning these? You prick. Well, while we're going up, I guess I can fix this. Can you, though? I don't know. Really. Like, because it would be you, I guess, and then I need to transfer out of that one, and then we'll say in on you. Why can't I in on you? Because it only goes out because it's joined by that. Damn it, the fact that it didn't work the way it's fucking designed to. So is the fact that it's got the fuel line there just gonna make it so it doesn't care and it's always sucking from them together? Because that's not how this is meant to do, and now I can't transfer the fuel back? I can transfer out, but not in. I can't request it to go there, but I can I, so show me. It won't do shit. So it won't go that way because it doesn't have a transfer line in that direction. But even though the fuel priority here is lower, it didn't consume this first. Did it up there, but not down here. What the hell is the logic behind that? You're a 10, you're a -10, you're a 0, 10, 0, -10. If this drained completely before it sucked anything out of here or anything out of here, then why the hell would it suck from here while it sucks from here? This connects that entire line all the way up to that, which is why it was able to drain that in the first place. I passed my apoaps. Well, if we get to the apoaps, it doesn't help me because now I still won't know my delta V because I can't, like, empty these and throw them off. I can't even transfer them back to the main ship. What about you? You were used, along with that. Back to the vehicle assembly, but, like, does anybody understand the fuel system here, and how we might be able to make it fucking work? Because I'm looking at this and going, everything is configured correctly. You just decided to do something that you weren't supposed to do, kind of on your own. That's in the 10 group. This is in the 10 group. And we wanted, I guess, this in the 10 group as well. If I put this in the 10 group, then it's going to drain these alongside it. Yeah, maybe. So you guys all get in the 10 group. He was in a 0, but you were in a -10? How does... And you're in a 0, but the one in the middle wasn't... Sorry? I think you've had this issue before. I've had all of the issues before. I've been playing this game for a while, so I've complained about everything in the past. Doesn't mean I remember what it was. Wouldn't want to. Now you're all in the 10 stage. That's all 10s. And then here, you're -10s. So don't use any of this fuel. Drain all of this all together because you're all in the same group is what we want to see here now from you. Save, launch again. This might work. I don't know. But surely it should have gone drain from the 10, then drain from the 0. I guess what it turned out was that one of the tanks was sent to a 0 and the other one was set to a -10. So, yeah. So I kept right-clicking on the same tank at the middle of the stack of tanks. Okay, I understand why it happened now. Because they were actually set to different things. Okay, so SAS on, throttle 2. I think we had to start out at about 1/3 when we came off the pad in order to have control over it. And go. Do that. And that's going pretty damn straight with that extra control authority there. I'm just gonna pull off the throttle a little bit. Pull off the throttle a little bit. I would love if I just didn't have to steer it at all, but just had to do some throttle control. And that seems to be working pretty good. Getting it to fall down the ball. And now I'm completely off the throttle. Yeah. And we're up and going. I'll allow you to now follow your prograde. So you can start making a bit of a turn on these SRBs. Get this up. And we're coming to the bottom of the solid fuel stage now. Going full liquid fuel as of here. Whoa. Okay. Managed to stay on prograde. Need to be turning down the ball a bit more though. So I'm just going to start inching her down. Apoapsis is already up to 22 kilometers. Now at 33 kilometers. We're about 10 kilometers behind the apoapsis, so that's not bad. I'll try and flatten my wings out a little bit more to the horizon. .42 on the AP. I definitely want to pull it down hard now. In fact, I'm going to go stability assist. We're now at 55 on the app, and we're only at 37. I'm going to bank hard down onto the horizon. 60 on the apoaps. And I'm just putting my wings flat to the world. Try not to spin. There you go. Stability assist there. 64 on the apoaps. Make sure our fuel is draining the way that we expect it to, which is none of it from here. It's still draining from the Jesus fucking Christ. 69.70 on the app. 71, 72, 73, and 75 kilometers, killing the engines. What is your fucking problem? 832, you've still got fuel from here. Flow priority is 10. Flow priority is 10. Flow priority is 10. Use this, not that. Why? You emptied all of this from the 10 group. You're the negative 10 group. Why are you stealing my fuel? Because it means I'll never get to the fucking bottom of these things. I mean, I will. But not when I mean to. Like, I guess I could just put another fuel duct that goes in the opposite direction so that we can transfer back once we're at this stage and we're waiting to get up to our apoaps, but that is a bunch of bullshit. I'm locking down the fuel tanks. I didn't want to have to lock down the fuel tanks. I'm locking down the fuel tanks is what I'm doing. When you take things apart and put them back together, it messes up the previous settings. When you control Z in this game, it doesn't remember what the control Z was. It sometimes shifts the parts around because it doesn't like where it allowed you to put them last time. It's a broken piece of mess, and I've been here too long. Because now I'm thinking about it. Back to vehicle assembly, and I will just lock down the fuel tanks. And then have like a button for it. Didn't want to, didn't think I should have to, but here we are. So, no oxidizer or liquid fuel can exit from you. No oxidizer or liquid fuel can exit from you. And then I'm going to make an action group on 6 that toggles same vessel interaction that I don't have. I can't. I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed. So I'll just have to do that manually. It's fine. Save it again and launch it again. Put them in an even higher fuel group. Taking me higher. Just make them fuel level 20, and then it'll maybe it'll start giving a shit about its own rule set that it's supposed to have. No, we just lock them down, and then when we get to that point, I'll have to right-click and open them up. We just gotta hope that we're always making it to space with this craft, even when we're dragging up different loads of different weights. Where we don't need that fuel, like in flight. Did the satellite thing work? The satellite of love that we're building on Sundays, Giovanna the Duck. It's in a very good place. This Sunday we're going to work on that, if that's what you're talking about, 'cause I don't know. Throttle to the 1/3 works very well, and then we can come off of it pretty damn quick. The mid-engine was using fuel from the mid-tanks. It does not have access to the side tanks. The problem is that these engines, which are, presumably in part consuming the fuel from here as well, and from here, because it's going out, and then they have the staging. This is a -10 priority, and this is a 10 priority, and this, so that shouldn't, and it's taking from here and from here when it should. I don't think that there's any logic that would explain this behavior, except the logic that tells us that the people who made this game have never gotten something completely right. That logic. Kerbal 2 will be a much bigger mess at launch. Save your anger for later. You will need it. In 3, 2, 1, go. Go. I am loving the launches off of this, though. I mean, it took a while to build something that's this asymmetric and everything in order to push a shuttle up. But damn if it isn't working. Damn if it isn't working lovely now. If we can just keep the ship from stealing fuel from itself. And now we'll just save the rest of that liquid fuel. And it can turn us over a little bit, gently as it goes, if it wishes. Maybe at like 180 meters per second, I will let it follow its prograde even. I'll just help it not overturn. There we go. Yep, you can start doing that. And coming to the bottom of the solid fuel now. Full on liquid. Dropping the SRBs. Keep following prograde. Lovely. Feels a little bit touchy. Feels a little bit touchy at those points, but I haven't messed it up since we got to this point with the ship, so. Feeling okay about it. Pull you up. What do we got? 24, 25 kilometers on the apoapsis, and we've got a lovely little roll going here, and I'm not steering the ship. I love this. I love this. You know, it took time, it took effort. It literally took 2 live streams, 1 to build the shuttle, 2 to build the launch platform that gets us there. But it's elegant, it's simple, and the thing literally flies itself. Literally. Except for, not literally, but, literally is what I'm saying. I'm going to tap it down a little bit. Literally, it flies itself. I'm just going to make some adjustments mid-flight now. Because we're coming up a little bit too fast. And what I would like is to spend a lot of time blowing this out. Whoa, 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 what? What? Why? Excuse me? Excuse me? What the fuck just happened? Center engine cutoff. Because it's out of fuel there, and it's out of fuel there, and it can't suck from the fuel there. Alright, the thing that I also was like, we don't need to do that, it just needs to fucking work. We're gonna allow it to suck fuel in both directions. Just use all the goddamn fuel, will ya? So, yes, you, sir. Could I right-click you and then change you to a mode where you allow, like, it to go in both directions? No, I can't, but I can change the color. Ooh, now that's high-tech. But that's sexy. We're gonna go with high-tech for this. So, ooh, or we could do the out is in the high-tech. No, we'll do it the other way around. So you will be the sexy. Sexy goes out. And, now with the, what are you, I swear to... Alt? Click. Fucking Jesus. God, this game. And then from hue. And again, we have to do this one at a time, don't we? For reasons. So you. To you. And then we change you to be the sexy. So we've now got an in and an out with the few parts that penetrate the models. There you go. Let's just give you a little bit of... Yeah. And then take you. So you're going out. You need to come in. There. To there. Pull you out. Without the snapping. There we go. Long, frustrating stream. Also, long, rewarding, satisfying stream. So, in and out. They can share fuel now. God damn it. Share your fucking fuel now. They're boosters. They're supposed to run out and fall off early. Yeah, but they're not. They were the ones that were still running, and this guy wasn't, because he ran out, you know? So we need this to suck from them as well, I guess. We could reverse this whole concept. We could reverse the whole concept and just remove the exterior. Save that. Remove it so that it doesn't allow fuel to go that way, but we suck fuel from there to run this guy from both of those while they're running this. I think that's the idea? No, sucky, too much suck. Cut the fuel lines to the boosters. And then what will happen is what happened this time, which is that this engine will not have fuel, and then it will kick out while these have not. Cut the fuel lines to the boosters. And then when I'm running that one, I'm running the... But it looks so good now. I've got blue and I've got black. If there's no fuel lines at all, you can unlock the tanks. I'm not unlocking the tanks for anybody. But okay. Try this. We need the TWR. But we'll see. We'll see where this lands us. Like, we were using those to get all the way to space, and then we were throwing them off after we threw the nose cone off. Was part of the whole deal there. We'll see. See how this works. I mean, yes, they were always intended to be disposed of, but it just didn't look like that was how it was going to work, so I went with it. But we'll give it a try. In 3, 2... Oh, you over-throttled. You know what? Let's try and give it a fair launch, since I'm just getting a little bit at the end of this 5-hour-long live stream where we started at 4 p.m. because I'd woken up at 4 a.m. And a bit off wonk. SAS, throttle to just a bit under a third, and go. Edgy. Edgy? I'd say I'm on edge. I don't know if I'm edgy or not. I'm not like telling politically charged jokes. I already did that earlier. If you've been up since 4 a.m., indeed. Indeed. And I'm kind of trying to keep myself, you know, awake a bit. Follow prograde from here. There you go. Just ease you down onto that. And I think we can kill the liquid. Well, liquid is helping us slow the turnover here. What's burning right now? It is these two, right? And not the center. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I kind of need more liquid to keep us going upward, because we've turned over a little bit faster than I would have liked to. Going full liquid fuel now, dropping the the SRBs. And we're following prograde. We're a bit further down the ball than I would think I wanted at this point. But we'll just fly it out and see where it goes. So right now we've got all 3 engines going. Center engine is our top guy. Oh, we've still got a fucking fuel line here. Jesus. Ballsing fucking shitball fuck. God fucking ball shit shitball fucking ball shit fucking God. Wow. I was actually legitimately angry there for just a second. I was, felt like the speed running days. I was looking at, I got a plate that I was eating off of earlier, and it almost hit the wall. Almost just, some of that speed run frustration. Yeah, may have been doing this for a bit too long, today. Save that, launch the son of a fucking fuckball, fuck shit balling fucker again. If the game crashes on me right now, this plate is dead. This plate... you enter a room from the west. You see a treasure chest. It sparkles with magical energy. Ronin Pawn 2016. And then Ronin Pawn 2021. Fucking shit ball fucking fuck this shit with the fucking balls and the shitty fuck. SAS, throttle to a little bit, and go. Plate life matters. Well, you know, to some people, I guess. I pull back on the liquid fuel to let it... The best way to fly this is not to touch it, is to just control how much you're going to allow it to go down the ball by pulling some throttle off the liquid fuel as you go, and reducing its ability to vector against the prograde. Until you're not running it at all and you're just saving all of your liquid fuel for later. And then once I hit 180, I'll let it follow prograde. Get a little bit of help from not running away from that prograde too hard, too fast, if we can. Okay, now we're getting a turn down. Solid fuel coming to the bottom. About to go full on the liquid fuel. Going full liquid fuel. Dropping the SRBs. Still following prograde. Okay, some explosions down there apparently. 16k on the app waps, and I would like us to have rolled over a little bit more by now, so I'm gonna pull down hard and fast. Here, I think I'll let it do its thing. I like having this big old ship right in the frame. Hey, how you doing? 35 kilometers on the Apoaps. The fuel drain is still uneven, somehow, is what it looks like. No, we're good. So the center is lasting longer than these are. You're not allowed to drain any fuel from there. So that's cool, because it means, yeah, this is actually lasting. You guys are just going and going and going too. Whoa, okay, we just switched over to orbital. Apoaps at 58k, need to pull this down more. Stability assist now. Pull it down the ball. Get flat with the horizon. Maybe even a little bit below horizon. And have to hold there, and you didn't, and what the fucking balls with how much it's pulling up. I guess you're still in some atmo here. Apoaps, this is well into space now. I just lost lost track of what's going on. Not as bad as I had last time, but we have fuel and everything still, you know? These guys are still draining. We could, like, reduce the fuel that's in there and try and pack it onto the ship somehow, somewhere else. I don't know. Everything still has fuel, and we haven't touched any of this yet. This is good, because it means we got a lot of Delta V remaining here. The next stage would throw the tip off, and we still have fuel in the tip, so I can't lose that stage. I could drop the fairing. So I'll do that. I'm going to F5, and then now that we're in space, fairing away. Yeah, but we're still using this fuel. So we're hanging on to the top stage. And, whoa, coming up to the Apoaps very quickly there, and go ahead and burn. Burn full. Whoa. What the hell is wrong with this ship, and it's wanting to pull up constantly? Okay, we're at negative 217, and the ship is still trying to pull itself up for reasons I cannot explain. We're in space, and it's just automatically rolling up. Get back to your prograde, you son of a bitch. Alright, so now that we're out of fuel in everything, which we're apparently out of pretty much simultaneously, throw that away. Throw these away. Yeah, that's great. That's how I wanted that to go. I guess it didn't hurt anything on the ship. Get to your friggin' prograde, you bastard. And we're past the Apoaps. So F. Oh, I need to unlock. And burn. We're gonna have to burn somewhere up there, as the app is well behind us. Very futzy little thing to fly here. Ooh. I mean, it's supposed to be. It's a space shuttle, right? They're not exactly marveled after for how convenient they are to pilot. The fact that we've pushed 40 tons to orbit is pretty cool. Give me this. Yeah, we go free there, and let's deploy all of the things. We have comms and solar panels away. We have a beautiful circularization, by the way, with less than 200 meters distance between our Apoaps and our periaps all the way around the planet, so that's nice. Yeah. And let's open the bay and release our cargo. Oh, we don't have any cargo. Okay. I thought we had some cargo. Alright, well then seal it back up and hit me with them disco lights. Oh, those are the wrong ones. That's those disco lights. Hit me with them disco lights. There we go. There we go. Light there. And then the front ones would be here. If we could, can you see the spotlight I'm throwing in space? No? Alright, well then let's save the electric charge. But 1200 electric charge now, available on the craft. How's the SAS feel now? I can get a rotation going. If I want to pull, boy, it's not a lot. Boy, it's not a lot. Even with that extra reaction wheel. I mean, we are pretty damn full of liquid fuel right now. You know, these are empty, but those were always intended to be empty. We're here with 2,600, and we were aiming to get up here with 3,000. So that's pretty good. I feel like, though, with our RCS, I think we have to let it help with things like pitch and roll and all of that. So I think that'll be the last little touch that we put on the space shuttle. On another day, when I've slept and eaten and things like that. But I'm pretty happy with where we are. Maybe eject those tanks. Those tanks are off of which the, you know, SRBs are mounted. So I don't think that would be appropriate. You know, like, yeah, throwing them away for the weight, sure, decent idea, but like, we need a strong mounting point for the SRBs, and just in my head, it's like, eh. You haven't eaten on Thanksgiving? I had a tuna sandwich earlier, tuna melts kind of thing, you know, yeah. And Lady Pawn has made something that I am smelling and just getting hungrier for. All right. Last thing. Let's bring it down one more time. We did earlier, let's do it again. So I'm firing our monoprop backwards because I don't want to take the time to spin the ship around. This is gonna take too long though. Alright, I'm gonna use I'm gonna use everything in order to get us to our retrograde. With some fizz warp. There we go. Turn the RCS off, it ain't helping anyway. And let's burn this down to something. Being a space plane, maybe we leave it a little bit higher than usual. Maybe we do like a 38. It's going to be grabbing the wind as it goes. It should drop that just fine by itself. So we got that going on, and then the idea here would be we're on our retrograde. Take me to my prograde. 4 times fizz. Okay. Like that. And then go to stability assist. And I'm going to do this way. Wings high. But if I do it that way, like all the things that you were trying to protect from overheating that you put on the top of the ship, what actually ended up on the top of the ship that would have been protected from overheating? What are you talking about? Yeah, that is a good point. What are you doing? Why do you keep pitching up? Something really wrong with everything going on here. Is there something up here on the top that gets burned off because we hit the Atmo like that? I don't think so. I'm bringing in our gear. Yeah, I don't know. I want to do it the other way. Fuel balance? Fuel getting rid of is definitely a thing that needs to happen here. So drain is stopped. Drain can't drain resources because it's not attached to an actual fucking fuel tank. Jesus goddamn fucking Christ with this fucking shitballs, shit fuck. I said that was a possibility. Didn't want it to actually work that way. Like, could you just imagine that maybe, like, fuel just automatically transfers through a whole bunch of shit that doesn't make any sense in the game, and then you create something that's supposed to dump fuel, and you don't just allow it to dump the fucking fuel, like make it a surface mount part that just works pretty much anywhere. You know, give it the same rules as I can drain from this fuel tank to that engine, huh? But I can't unless it's mounted directly to the... You fucking fuckers, what the fuck? So yeah, now we've got like a ridiculous amount of fuel that we're coming down with that we can't even get rid of, and I can't even test the fucking ship because of Kerbal, because how this fucking fuck shit balls works. I mean, just every test I find something else, and it's like that one's my fault. This one's not my fault. This is just stupid. This is just fucking moronic from people who are supposed to be designing games. Put the fuel in the side tanks. I mean, sure. So I guess I'll do it like this. I'll drain one to there. In. Fizz warp. We're running out of time before we hit Atmo here. And then from you to you. In. Just burn normal to waste it. That's not a bad idea. You know what? Now that the fuel is there, holy crap, the ship is way more like, you know, the SAS actually has authority over this thing. That's very good. I think that's going to be a standard procedure on this craft, is to, once in orbit, transfer fuel to those tanks. I'm going to hit the Atmo like this. Hit Atmo like that. This is the direction we're going, right? Should be. Hold. And we'll just watch our pitch here and see how much it's having to work in order to make that happen, because the drag should be more on this side than on this side, which means it should fold us down naturally. And it's doing kind of the opposite. We'll lock those tanks to keep the fuel in them. Yeah, this is what it... What? Why would it work that way? Yeah, that's ridiculous. Is that not ridiculous to anybody else? Oh, it's because, is it just because the planet is spinning under us, kind of a thing? Is that the premise we're working on here? Oh, you know what? It's not responsive. It's because I left it in Fizz warp. If he has cargo, the balance is better, but because no cargo, he needed to balance the ship better. I don't even know what the fuck's going on here anymore. The landing legs are definitely not fit for service here. Seems like a good place. What we got here? 2,000 meters per second. We're generating lift by doing it this way, which means we come down slower. The periapse takes longer to descend. Apparently not that significantly. I'm going to maintain us at a 45 if I can. Yeah, those legs, though. Eventually we'll have the ones that, you know, actually collapse into the ship. After the next mission would be the goal there. Neil Armstrong may have been the first to set foot on the moon, but Buzz Aldrin was the first to pee on it. Cool. See, now we got that drag. That good drag. Slowing us down in a hurry. And we did descend this time to like 38 instead of 33. So let's see if these manage to stay alive despite the heat they're subjected to. Take a lab to orbit and do some science. I think we need to take a lab to Minmus and do some things. But then we're talking about building Bill's ship, you know? That's what we're on to at that point. Which is a thing that I totally want to do. I want every Kerbal to have like a ship that's styled for them. Val needs her pilot's ship, Bob. Did I say Bill? Bob gets his science ship. Jeb gets his dumbass tourist ship. 1,800 and something meters per second. They're warm. Make no mistake. They're warm. But it is just those legs. Just those legs that are warm. And we're starting to create some serious body lift here. How much ablator is left on those tires? An infinite amount. You know what? I haven't even been turning on the radiator. Activate the radiator. We didn't have electricity in the last flight, so maybe that's why I didn't think to turn it on, because I couldn't. So we're looking good. Craft seems like it will be flyable. Nothing exploded this time, and we kept going in the right direction. Perhaps to just having a better fuel, like the weight being more toward the center of the craft. Yep, down to 1,200 meters per second. We're still at 30 kilometers. So what I'd like to do is go the other way with this and continue making drag. But if we can... Nope, 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 nope. We're getting that. We're getting... Yeah, hello. Wait a second. You just hang on for just a moment there. Alright, so you don't like the thing that I was going to do. And that's fair enough. Hang on. Nope. You're not liking that either. Yeah, now we're going ass first into the atmosphere again. Doing a little bit of roll at a very slow speed. This might just be the flight profile for this ship. F-12 doesn't even matter at this point. I don't know, we're just toppling. Both times we have done this with the toppling. We'll ask you to follow your prograde now, please. Thank you. That was almost lyrical. You might as well have sung that. Yeah, we're just falling straight down now. Okay. That is potentially just fine. If I can fly it. I'm giving it a little bit of juice, because I'm unable to pull it up enough without a little bit of juice. It's a lot of electric charge it took to get down to here. And we're flying. But boy, I feel like we need more mass toward the front of the ship. And we're just carrying too much, too. We got so much fuel that we shouldn't have while we're returning. Is the shuttle S-turn? That's the shuttle's doing S-turns? Is that what you're saying? When the ship is dry, all the mass in the engine, and it wants to fly backwards. Yeah. So we got some minor issues, but I think we're good. Pull the engine back down and... Yeah. Can I fly you now? Do you fly now? This is with SAS, by the way. If I turn SAS off, then we can fly like a plane, or like an eagle, into the sea. Let your spirit carry me or some shit like that. Something like that. It's a lot of trim. It's a lot of trim. And here's some more. Yeah. Hell of a long way from a runway. That's okay, because these wheels couldn't take the landing anyway. Okay. 70-something meters per second. The problem is I either gotta hit the water fast like that with this much weight under me. There's like no just gonna hit it at speed one way or another, but about 80 meters per second into the water is apparently no problem. And now that we're into the water, we can, you know, and go for a just tool through the ocean, just tool around. Yeah, go. Yes, sir. SAS and follow prograde. Uh-oh. You think I could get this thing to go completely under? Good job. Alright, and then, nope. Just, belly flop at 90 meters per second. Nope, can't quite get it in there. Okay, alright, just put the anchor out. Throw the anchor, Jab. That's another thing we forgot to do, is we needed to put an anchor on it. But, we're here, we can finally deliver the tuna to the sea. Oh god, who got water in the interior? Definitely some little touches remain for this ship, but we can, put those little touches on and then actually put it into use on our next career mode of Kerbal Space Program, which will be next Tuesday. But we've got Sunday coming up with and then recover. I'm gonna pay another 50 grand for that. You're gonna pay another 50 grand for that, for what you just did there. Another 50 grand. All right. This Sunday we will be back to our creative mode build, where we're doing the Mystery Science Theater 3000 Satellite of Love, and we've got the structure built. We got it all. It's all been jigsawed. It's ready to go. It could go to space, in theory, maybe. Could be hauled. The pieces could be hauled and then assembled. They've got a basic structure, and now we need to do some greebling and make it functional and think about how things would dock to it and how it would maneuver itself in space and stuff. What do you mean 7,919 funds? I still had a bunch of fuel in this. That's just lying, right? That's incorrect. That's not 7,990. I had fuel. The last one came back with 10 grand on it. It didn't have any fuel in it. What? What do you... With the... What, because I got it a little bit hot? What do you mean? What do you mean? Really? Why would it be it has more fuel left in it, but it's worth less? But the first one we got 10 grand, and this one... This fucking game. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that does bring us to the end of the live stream. Thank you so much for coming out. Let's see if we can't find somebody to raid. Oof. Long stream. Wearying to a man who's tired already. Kerbal. Kerbal, though. Oh, King Akita's on. What the hell is wrong with you, too? Twitch? You type in Kerbal Space, it pulls up like 2 different search menus over the internet for some reason. Yep, we're raiding King Akita. Of course we're raiding King Akita. He's great. He's much less yelling shit and balls than I do. He's a good. He's a good. So yes, once again, thanks for coming out. Thanks for joining me on this Thanksgiving. For anyone in the States who actually cares. You're gonna miss the yelling? Well, alright. Just for you and as a goodbye present. Fucking shit balls, goddammit, cunt and cock bastard! There you go. And make sure and be back here this Sunday at probably 8 p.m., but maybe times are changing. Official schedule 8 p.m. Eastern time, but things might be something and the other for the creative build, because it's coming together now. It's going to get real impressive real soon. I will see you at the next live stream. Love you all. Good night.